PowerPoint Art Summit Nordic. This is the second day. I am very happy to see faces from yesterday and also new faces. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Keme Pellicer. I will be facilitating, hosting the day. My pronouns are she, her. I am of average size, dark hair, I'm wearing glasses, yellow and black leopard shirt and black pants. I'm honored to be selected to be here with you today. I am also an artist, cultural worker and poet based in Helsinki. I would like to remind you about the safer space guidelines of this event, which are that I will read it for you. This event is a discrimination-free and harassment-free zone. Do not assume anything. Ask, listen, and discuss. Treat every individual with dignity and respect. Act honestly, truthfully, and with integrity. Avoid conflicts. Every disagreement can be solved peacefully. Be transparent and accountable for your actions. And if you face any issues or experience violating these guidelines, please contact the event organizers. And now I would like to introduce the cultural producer of Luckan Helsingfors, Larry Griffiths, with me to say some words about it.
Hello, day two, and we are very happy to see all of you back, or many of you back, and some new faces. It's really, really nice. I want to tell the people who do not know about where our toilets are. They are downstairs. You go out the door and down the stairs, or you take the elevator that is a little bit further down in the corridor. And if you need to press a code, think back 31 years, 1992. That is the code. 31 years to get to the bathroom. So with that said, my name is Larry. You can call me whatever you want to. You can pronounce it however you want to. I really don't care about that. When it comes to harassment, it came to our knowledge that some people have felt harassed, and we really emphasize that if you feel harassed, if you feel that someone has said something, called you, or done something, come to us, producers. We are here. We will not be able to deal with this in an ongoing show. I hope everyone will understand that. We will deal with it in the intermission and afterwards, and we take it very seriously. We also want to emphasize that please do not assume anything about anyone in here because of our skin color, whether it's green, blue, or black, because that is just not how we do it. So with that said, we hope you will have a splendid day. And remember, if you want to go to the bathroom, think back 31 years and enjoy your day, the food, and the company. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. On that note, I would like to remind you that we are streamed and recorded on YouTube, and a photographer, Christian Medel, hi, is with us documenting the event. If you don't want to appear in the documentation, please, you can find some stickers in the reception area. You can place it in a visible place, and you will be cut out of this documentation. Yes, so let's start with the real thing. We're going to start with a nice panel, the World Trading Visibilizing Our Nordic Cultural Landscape Through Literature. In it, cultural organizers and poets in the Nordic region come together to speak about the current literary and multimedia activities and networks building in our region, such as the Red Thread, Runoviikko, and the Nordic Union of Poetic Disobedience. This event was produced by Red Door, a partner of IMART, and curated by poet, multimedia artist, and translator Elizabeth Torres, who unfortunately is not with us today. Please welcome to the stage the British-born, French-origin, Papua New Guinean raised spoken word artist, member of Nordic Union and Poetic Disobedience, Nathalie Salegren. The Finnish spoken word poet and organizer, vice president of Runoviikko, and Poetry Week Association, member of Red Thread, member of Poets of Today, Voices of Tomorrow, Emma Lepo. The Costa Rican Danish poet and multimedia artist, co-founder of Red Thread, poetry director of Red Door magazine, visiting all the way from Denmark, Pablo Saborio. And nevertheless, our moderator, writer, graphic designer, publisher, multimedia, and amazing human, Daniel Malpica.
Take a seat. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Keme, Luckan, Global Point, EMART, Red Door in Copenhagen. I'm going to be the moderator for the discussion panel. I'm going to explain a little bit the structure. So basically, our wonderful guests here are going to have a brief presentation of the projects and organizations that they represent. After that, we're going to have a discussion about this idea of mapping the cultural landscape through literature, which is about Nordic cooperations and authors. Then we will have the pleasure to listen to our guests performing their own poetry. And after that, if we have some time, we will make some Q&A, so the members of the audience will be able to have questions, inquiries about the networks, the projects, their poetry, the people behind all these interesting subjects. And basically, that's it. So thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to see my friends and colleagues from Global Point. Global Point is a wonderful organization who has succeeded in visibilizing the role of international artists and cultural workers based in Finland, and also breaking these barriers between the local networks and then the other. No, we are part of the same thing, and therefore it's very important to for the community, for the cultural scene in Finland to have these kind of summits. This is not the first summit that happened, organized by Global Point. So I first would like to give a clap to Global Point for organizing this event. And then on top of that, of course, we have the Nordic collaboration with EMART, and also the partner of Copenhagen, which is the Red Door Gallery. And before giving the microphone to our guests, I want to say that it's, for me, it's very wonderful to see the combination between different layers in which the discussion happened. Of course, we have had these wonderful events when we tackle the issue of policy, dealing with the problems of accessibility and diversity in terms of the institutions and the lobby that has to be done. But at the same time, it's also important to have the actors in the scene, the real people behind or taking the lead, creating the pieces that also move the culture in a way, no? So it's great to have you here, guys. I'm very happy, very honored to be the moderator. I will try to do my best. The discussion will be very chill, so we can have a lot of fun. And yeah, then I will start by introducing again our panelists. I think that we're going to start with Pablo, then we will continue with Emma, and then Natalie will present the last her project, right? So then, okay. So Pablo Saborio, so he's born in Costa Rica, and he's a visual artist and poet based in Copenhagen, Denmark. His poems have appeared in Columbia Journal, Conduit, Rigorous, West Trade Review, Dash, among other literary journals. He is poetry editor of the Red Door magazine, and he is representing the Red Thread, which is a recently new collective that has been trying to create a network and threading the Nordic fire from the literature scene. So Pablo, welcome.
Thank you, Daniel. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me. Like Daniel said, I'm actually representing several organizations. I'd like to start speaking about Red Door, just really briefly. Red Door is first of all, a magazine that comes out 4 times a year. It's printed, it's in print and released digitally for free on the website. Through my colleague Elizabeth Torres, we have a very productive year ahead. We are organizing a festival in Copenhagen called the Nature and Culture International Poetry Film Festival, which screens films from all over the world. Last year, we selected 100 films, over 600 submissions, and a sample of these are shown in Copenhagen in a movie theater downtown with poetry readings and talks from directors. So yes, and finally, Red Door has a gallery in Copenhagen, so where we have art exhibitions, book releases, poetry readings. Part of the idea of these summits is that we can connect and collaborate, so you're welcome to approach me after this talk, discuss your ideas with us. Maybe we can make something happen in Copenhagen. That would be great. The next thing is the Red Thread. The Red Thread is an alliance between 8 different organizations in the Nordic countries. It was born last year in the spring. The idea of the Red Thread is about world threading, which is exactly what we're doing here. It is connecting between different organizations, seeing where we can help each other, support each other, expose our networks so that we can grow as cultural enterprises. It's still young. We are just beginning to find ways. But for example, Daniel and I will be part of this festival in Sweden called Tranås at the Fringe, where we do workshops, interviews, poetry readings. So this is the idea. We collaborate, we export some culture, we import culture, and trying to grow the cultural signature we have in our communities. And finally, like Daniel said, I work as a poet, a writer, and a visual artist. I've had the privilege and honor to have several exhibitions in Copenhagen over the last few years. And now with the poetry, I am excited to participate more and more in events like these where I can share my poetry with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. So we're going to continue with Emma Leppo. We're going to pass around some of the materials that Pablo has, so feel free to have a look, read on them, and then write the adequate contact so you can get back to him later on. So our next panelist is Emma Leppo, which is she's a Helsinki-born and Turku-based spoken word poet, student and organizer. She is the vice president of Runoviikko Ry Poetry Week Association, which organizes the yearly Poetry Week Festival in Turku. Passionate about creating low-threshold opportunities and safer spaces for people to get together and find community around poetry. She hosts and co-produces the monthly Turku Open mic event. She is currently researching and writing poetry about civil disobedience, the intersections of poetry and resistance, and the poet's role in the times of crisis. She was recently awarded the 3rd place in Poetry Slam Finnish Championship 2022. So welcome, Emma.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you, Daniel, and thank you for having me. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous to speak in public, so I'm gonna tell you that already. So it makes me less nervous maybe. But yes, so I have some notes on my phone. I'm not scrolling Instagram, in case you were wondering. Yes, so maybe I will just tell like you just a tiny bit of each kind of organization or network I work with, I guess. So I am, like you said, the vice president of Runoviikko Ry in English Poetry Week Association. So it has been organizing the yearly Runoviikko Poetry Week festival in Turku since like 2001, so it's already been around for a while. But personally, I only started working with this association and with the festival since the beginning of 2022. So it was really cool because I had been doing like poetry and going to open mics and writing my stuff and, you know, living the poetry life, but I had never really done any cultural organizing, but I somehow ended up in the association. There was this poet, Juha Kulmala, who had been doing the festival for like 10 years, and then he was finally like, okay, time to, you know, be done with it. So it was me and my colleague Sampo Sihvola, another amazing poet, who ended up being the president and the vice president of the association, and ended up being like the kind of artistic directors and producers of the festival, like the two of us. Yeah, so I didn't really have any experience of cultural or like event organizing before, so I really got to like learn by doing. It was really cool, a lot of work, but a really great experience. And now it's the second year working with the festival, so hopefully will be a little bit easier this year that I have more knowledge. It's like a 10-day festival usually, so it's like very kind of big volume. To this year we are maybe trying to make it a little shorter, so it's like more sustainable way of working, because it's mostly like volunteer based. Last year we really wanted to make it like what's the word, like horizontal, like we had a lot of free workshops open to everybody, poetry zine workshop, queer art workshop, young people's, like young girls spoken word workshop. We had a lot of great like poetry readings as well, panel discussions, really like a diverse set of events and performers also, like both from Finland and from abroad. Okay, I already talked long about Poetry Week, now I have to rush through the other stuff. So what else am I doing? I am also organizing the monthly open mic in Turku Open Mic. I have also been doing that for about a year now, so I'm like one of the producers and usually the host of the event, and we try to make it like bilingual, like Finnish, English, of course, all poetry in every languages. Welcome, but that is, I think, really a nice and like really important, because it's like every month is like a nice community, and I think it's important to have also not just one big festival like every year, but it's like something quite accessible, and a lot of new people are coming in. There's always somebody performing for the first time. It's really cool. And then I am member of WORLDTHREAD as well through Runoviikko, Poetry Week. And then now I am currently also in this project called Poets of Today, Voices of Tomorrow, which is like European Union funded project where young poets are going to schools to expose young people to poetry, and maybe like to show what poetry, because in a lot of schools I think it's like you only read like dead poets from like, I don't know, the 1800s, and poetry can be something like very somewhere far away from you. So they are trying to make this big project in 5 European countries where young poets go to schools to, I don't know, give workshops, teach poetry, perform, and be like we are here. You can do this as well, and it's not something like very foreign. Yeah. Anything I should add?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Okay.
Fair enough. We can continue, of course,
Yeah, okay.
during the panel discussion.
Yeah.
I think that is great. And just to add, before going to Natalie and introduce her, yeah, I think that something that I found very interesting from the work that you do in Turku is that they have succeeded to create some sort of a literature tradition. So these events are wonderful. I mean, they are really diverse. They're fully crowded. Like people stay until the end of them. People participate. I mean, and it's a thing that I have. I mean, from my experience in literature, something that I have never seen before, as active as that. So I think that it's great, and we will be looking forward to hear more about it. And then I hope that now, perhaps I was speaking very close to the microphone before. I have a zero control over my voice levels, right? But now I'm gonna introduce Natalie. So Natalie Selgren is a British-born, Papua New Guinean-raised Australian spoken word artist with French origin based in Raseborg, Finland. She spent her youth and early adulthood in Outback, in Western and Central Australia, and is currently performing more so on the online international circuit. She was recently published in anthologies in Australia and the UK. Natalie is trained at the Western Australian Academy of Performing Arts, WAAPA, in Perth, with a degree in English, experience with academic libraries, and a trained teacher. She has a passion for sharing and enabling the greater joy of creativity. Her work dissects issues examining culture shock, migration and integration, isolation and disconnection, and the vulgarity of small-mindedness. In 2022 and 2023, Natalie has been the facilitator of Ekphrasis workshop in Raseborg, creating collaborative opportunities for local musicians and artists for their work to inspire poetic writings. And Natalie is also today representing the Nordic Union for Poetic Disobedience and the Alliance of Performing Arts. And it's a pleasure to have you here, Natalie.
Thank you, Daniel. Morning, everybody. Thanks to the organisers for inviting us here. Well, I think Daniel said it all, so I can go now. But to give it a little from my perspective, I moved to Finland 9 years ago as a mother in her 40s who had had a career of her own before and had to start again. So I chose my language of integration, which was Swedish, to help my children as well in their move here and development through Swedish-speaking school. I live in a very small town, 9,000 people, about 80 kilometres west of Helsinki. And there is an international population. They're a very small one, but it does exist. There are a lot of creative people. But yeah, so it's a Swedish-Finnish mix of languages in Kaartiskarja. 70% Swedish speakers. Okay, so that's, yeah, so now we've given context. After I lost my career, I was grieving. And so I managed to collect all of my skills and create myself a business and sold my skills off as a package to try and train people in the things that I knew how to teach. So I did information literacy skills, academic skills, writing skills, and English language. Since then, well, yeah. Under that business, I also started to offer writing courses as well. I had only recently come back into writing, because I did during my degree about 20 years prior. Came back into writing and used poetry as a way of healing and dealing with all of the issues that I started to come across as a new migrant here in Finland. And so it actually became a source of empowerment for me. Yes, so I participated in a local poetry event and enrolled myself or registered myself for a slam. It turned out to be the National Finnish Slam, and I got through from my region and I ended up in the quarterfinals. I was the first English-speaking slammer to get through to the quarterfinals in Finland, which I had no idea about. And when I arrived there, I knew nobody, and I stood on a stage with 300 odd people, and I just performed, and I think that was my big entry into the spoken word scene. But still living in a small town, 80 kilometres west of Helsinki, so I travelled in as much as possible to Helsinki. I turned to Turku, Bar-Ö, open mics, and that's how I built and had motivation to write. I, from there, started to get headline opportunities, and then I went to Australia to visit my family, and I gate crashed a few open mics, made some connections there, came back, and then the pandemic struck. This actually opened a lot of doors for me. I was able to access then Australia online. So I started to participate in online open mics. And then I found the UK had an enormous amount. So I've been active in Scotland, London, Newcastle, over to San Francisco, Canada, Toronto, Sydney, Perth, New Zealand. I've been performing online like this and getting headline acts and getting into slams. I performed in an off-fringe Edinburgh slam online and got through to the finals for that. And, you know, these sorts of things just wouldn't have happened if I hadn't have just tried. And I'm not, well, you know, I'm from a modest background of a writer. I just get out there and I try, you know, to try and combat this isolation. Anyway, so when the pandemic started to ease off, I was on a roll, you know. I was writing because I had this motivation to perform. I had all these places that I could expose my work, and I wanted to share that with my community because I saw that our small town had become insular and people were remaining in their houses. And, you know, through the few years of COVID, a lot of people suffered emotionally and mentally through that. So I thought, well, I'd had support with an organisation called Raasepori Tapahtumat ry, who helped small producers produce their own events in whatever field they were specialists in. And so they supported me in gaining funds from small funding bodies in Finland. And so I was able then to call on some artists, so fine artists, photographers, musicians. And I created this thing that is not my idea, but something called ekphrasis. So it comes from the Greek idea of encouraging writing based on being inspired by art forms, various art forms. Okay, and what I did there is because of in the 20th century it got really popular using jazz. So I then thought, well, why don't I put this as a workshop? So I started to call on musicians that I knew who could showcase their work but also play along to the art pieces that I was showing, that I had paid some artists and also just used some photographs, famous sculptures and so on. And we used those as inspiration to write because there are people who are interested in writing but might not consider themselves writers. So we just used this to create a writing group. Point being is that I was trying to bring the community back out together, but it was also a selfish reason for me to sort of find people and feel excited again and collaborate and so on. So Ekphrasis was able to do this locally. And we started to get people coming in, and people from all walks of life who just wanted to feel connected again. And this is in a small town, but if you build it, they will come. So Walkenshus, Kirjantalo, I had been connected with as well. And they were organising a Nordic conference of writers, publishers, translators and performance artists. And so they had a conference in September last year, which I went to, and so that we had seminars where we could showcase our work and share what we knew and engage people. We had a panel discussion similar to this one in the Turku City Library. So we got to have our work exposed, and performance opportunities we opened up to an open mic as well. But during this conference, we had poets from the Nordic regions, but also there seemed to be an emphasis on foreign-born poets who were based in the Nordic region. And we found that over this period of time there was a great amount of energy that built up and excitement, and the climax is that we came to the understanding that this needed to become something. So we named it the Nordic Union of Poetic Disobedience and Alliance for Performing Artists. And reason being is that we could use that as a form of being able to empower each other by having access to the ability to seek funding from Nordic culture foundations. I think that's. Do I need to say anything?
No, in a nutshell, perfect. Thank you, the three of you. And okay, so then I think that we can start with the discussion, with the open discussion. And after hearing your presentations and of course knowing you from time before, for me it's very present the idea that we are poets, and then something that it's a normal practice, which is like writing poetry or performing poetry, right? And then meeting other authors and connecting around the enthusiasm of knowing that there's all these similarities around, and that's how, in a way, like we can trace a map, right? We can perceive that in this landscape there are these and these voices that resonate somehow, and this is how we build a thread in a way, no? So my question will go like, how do you perceive this, the idea that something that it's a normal practice can become political in a way that connecting with others suddenly has an impact that goes beyond our expectations? And for that, I will start perhaps with Emma, like thinking that you have been organizing all these events. That it's a common practice from the cultural scene in Turku, and at the same time, it's interesting that the scene has expanded so much, and you have receiving people from other places. And we were yesterday having an interesting discussion in a restaurant, talking about what it means to map the Nordicness of the scene. And I would like to hear your opinions of this, because also your work is, in a way, you tackle very interesting issues about disobedience, for example, or political awareness. So yeah, what do you think of this?
It's such an abstract question. I don't know. Like, if I will just say something, and then you tell me if I reply to your question or not. What you said about being political or disobedience, for me, I don't know, for me it's like what first comes to my mind is that I have been active in the climate movement. I am active in the like Turku chapter and Finnish chapter of the global movement Extinction Rebellion, Elokapina. And for me, because I have been there now active for like a couple of years, so like before I even started like organizing poetry stuff, I feel like that actually gave me a lot of tools in organizing also in the cultural field. I'm also very like the kind of person, or have been the kind of person that it's really hard for me to just start doing something. I'm the kind of person like I feel like I should just go to a cave and read tons of books and learn everything first by myself, and then I can like go to the world and do things. I'm a Virgo, so you know. But in the activism and like really grassroots organizing stuff, I think I learned that that is not really how you can live through your whole life, especially if you want to do things together with people and do things maybe not perfect, but just get things done that are like really vital and important, even though you're not always exactly sure what you are doing at every single moment, or how, or if it will go the way you want, if that makes sense. So for me, it's like connected in that way. And also in my poetry, I write a lot about these themes of like the climate crisis and organizing. And for me, like poetry is very connected to that. But I don't know if that's at all what you were like aiming for.
Yeah, one of the things that I was thinking also is that, I mean, all the cultural production that is around, not only your own poetry, but all the things that it involves organizing, putting people together, helps to develop practices, practices in which we administrate culture in a very specific way. So then when we put it into this Nordic context in which we have actors that are doing similar things but not quite, and then you get the opportunity to have a grasp into those worlds. I mean, that's the part in which I believe that an action that it's very usual for ourselves can become stronger when you look at it into the bigger picture. And for that, I would like to now give the opportunity to Pablo. I would like to ask also going back to the idea of the practices. Yesterday we were discussing about the possible scenarios of this discussion and talking about the good cop and the bad cop. And that's why I started with the political question, and then I will go with the idea of the practices. I would like to ask you, I mean, how do you perceive these issues, considering that you recently have started to enter into these Nordic networks, but at the same time you're part of this amazing gallery and magazine that is in Copenhagen, which has a long history and that is actually located in the Literature Street in the center of Copenhagen. So yeah.
Yeah, it's good, because what you said about going into a cave and reading and writing, that's exactly what I've done over the last 20 years, and I've just emerged from that cave only a year ago, thanks to my colleague Elizabeth Torres, which has been exposing me to all these wonderful organizations and festivals. So, in my view, I'm learning. I'm in a steep learning curve right now, seeing what people do to communicate important messages. For example, the environmental crisis, which has always been very important to me, but I've never known how to enter the realm of activism, much less through literature. As you will see later, my poetry is very existential. It's very intimate. But I am learning day by day as I'm participating in these events how we can, so for example, this festival, which has a strong focus on the environment, communicate important ideas that need to be exposed so people become aware of them through art, which is a very powerful medium.
Absolutely. And at the same time, I think that going back to what also Natalie was saying, that regarding the Nordic Union of Poetic Disobedience, that after a conference, then all these enthusiasms gathered together, and then poets and different actors decided to form an alliance. No, what is the alliance? Is it an organization? It's not necessarily an organization. It's a collective. Not quite so, but it's something else that is gathering around this desire to share and to bring together our own work and the work of others into the spotlight. And then you mentioned something at the end, like, okay, originally we thought of this union and perhaps as a possibility to apply for certain funding, but I think that also it goes beyond that. So what do you think, Natalie?
Yeah, I definitely think the alliance is something higher there. It's an agreement of sorts to support one another in individual projects and in collective projects, and just to empower the individual poet, but also to empower community of poetry and so on. So, not necessarily to apply for funding, but I think that in order for for work to be exposed and built to have a certain amount of power, then funding is definitely helpful in that aspect. Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely. And then during the discussion that we had yesterday, the word disobedience came out, no? And we're thinking, okay, like, why disobedience? And then we got to the conclusion that somehow we all, in one way or the other, deal with disobedience from our own perspective. So would you like to elaborate on your own visions of what certain disobedience means?
Yeah, so I mentioned last night, for example, that these organizations, Red Thread, Poetic Disobedience, and so forth, they are looking to receive the support of state funds, and at the same time they're trying to challenge the establishment. So I heard a bit of some cognitive dissonance there, but then we kind of came to understanding that, yeah, we're challenging the status quo to broaden it, not to bring it down. So that is maybe where we can find a middle ground between trying to be rebels, but at the same time working hand in hand with, the state or the establishment. Yeah.
What do you think, Emma? You also work with disobedience also within your own poetry, and
it's an interesting question, because just for me personally, like, just poetry in itself is not like, I wouldn't call it myself like a part of my disobedience, or like also like rebel, being like, I don't know, the word rebel is an interesting word. I mean, we are sitting here now, paid talkers. I don't know. Is it like, I don't know. It's interesting to me. What is that? For me, the word disobedience is very concrete. Actually, it's in the realm of activism, doing protests, nonviolent, direct action, staying there, like doing the protest, blocking, not leaving when the cops tell you to leave, getting detained, talking about the climate crisis, like causing häiriö, what's the word in English? Like disturbance to try to get the message through that the world is literally burning. And even that is still symbolic in a lot of ways, because that is not, it is direct action, but it's not like direct action to the particles of like CO2, you know what I mean? Yeah. Still, so for me it's like, I'm quite, how to say, like wary of like using certain words in like a metaphorical way, or like, you know, that's why I'm like, so okay, who are you rebelling against? What are you this? Oh, I'm gonna gatekeep these words and tell what they really are. No, but I think it's good to like have the conversations like, what do you mean by it? And I don't know, is this panel here now some act of resistance? For me, maybe.
Yeah.
No, but these words really mean so different things for different people in different contexts and moments in life. So it's an interesting whole theme. We could have a complete panel discussion on just these
I was thinking that it's interesting question, because I don't see this connection between paid work and rebellion, right, in a sense. And when it comes to discussing issues like structures or practices, I mean, we tend to end up in the idea that the institutions or the bodies or the organizations that we have are monoliths, right? And that they're fixed, they have a procedure, they have rules, they have protocols, and that's it. And at the end, in real life, is actually pretty much the opposite. No? Like, I mean, it's organic beings that we have to constantly keep an eye on and reshape and change, because the time changes, no? And the time changes in many different ways, demographically, socially, environmentally, politically. And from that perspective is when I see that discussing these issues precisely in a context in which you bring together the actual authors and then the policy makers, it's a possibility that, okay, there is still a big path towards transparency, towards polishing our current structures, towards a more equal and well-distributed environment. And for that, I give you the standard.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry for it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Disobedience, as a poet, I think you touched on it, Emma, also, that it's telling the truth, isn't it? I think to some extent you're disobeying yourself in that you're giving away your secrets. It's a very, very vulnerable position. I think all artists go through that as well, exposing their inner selves, but also the issues that you might feel. For example, if you're a political poet or you speak on social issues, you are to some extent exposing those who have possibly done some violations to public interest. And by the same token, you have this paradox that then you are also seeking funds from potential bodies who are perhaps creating these violations or have done in the past. So, yeah, I think in that sense, that's where the disobedience comes into it. But then also as an activist, you can act as an individual, as a change agent to develop things. So actually yesterday we touched on this. Jana, I think you did particularly about, we talked about municipalities and accessing local government. But also I think that in itself might take years, and it can be really difficult to convince someone to care about cultural activism or, So, but going back to my own experiences, you know, if you join boards, if you volunteer for things, then you end up having some sort of influence. And in that way, you yourself as an individual can create that change for development. And then you learn about policies yourself. If you, for example, I'm on the advisory board, the immigrant advisory board for my local city, and even though I don't really include cultural activism in that, in a sense it still is, you know, you still have a say, and it's just about how you put yourself in the society that you you build on as to be able to influence things, that whether that's disobedient or not is not, it's a matter of somebody else's opinion, not mine.
Absolutely. And okay, well, before going to the poetry reading, and then I will give you the three of you, I will give you the last comments, of course. And I wanted to talk two questions in specific. First, I mean, it's well known, when we think about the Nordic landscape, it's well known that there is the diversity, right? The diversity that comes from the Scandinavian languages and Finnish and Sami and so on. But then the idea of or the emphasis of visibilizing as well the foreign-born professionals living here, it's also interesting because it's the diversity beyond the diversity, right? So I wanted to ask you, what is your perception on the idea that this Nordic landscape is constructed on voices that goes beyond the general perception of what is the Nordics, and then the second one is, and very relevant, is about the networks, which is for the people that is looking at us in online, or the people that is present here, is how to get access to these networks. For example, how would you consider that is the ways, how would you invite these others to your own networks, and what are the things that can be interesting for you to share to the audience? Pablo?
Yeah, I can start with the first question. Living in Denmark now over 12, 14 years, can't remember. It's a very homogeneous society, and I think it's important to give a voice to different cultures, and this is where it's important to expose foreigners, bring in their ideas, their realities that they've imported and migrated into Denmark. That will enrich the Danish culture in itself. And so for me, that is very fundamental. And what we're doing is, of course, we want to be inclusive, so Danish are more than welcome to participate in events, but to give a voice to other cultures that perhaps didn't have the platform before. And the second question, our websites for all Red Door, the film festival, everything has an email, a contact information. You can write. We review that personally. We'll be happy to get in touch with you, receive your ideas. We would like to collaborate, so please bring it on.
Wonderful.
Can you repeat the first question?
The first question was about the diversity of the Nordic landscape in terms of voices and literature, and in a nutshell, I guess.
Okay. Well, I guess in my own work, I have just tried to, once again, be like very concrete about it. What can I do in like the projects that I am in? I don't have some like, for me it's very like just concrete and practical in the end of the day. When I started working, when I became one of the producers and hosts of the open mic, I was like, okay, so there is no info about this open mic anywhere except in Finnish. There is no safer space policy, so I was like, okay, let's make this. So maybe it will feel, well, first of all, people who are not Finnish speakers will know about it, and it will feel more also accessible, and try to make the safer space policies about that. When we were doing the festival, no, actually still about the open mic, there is always like 2 guest artists, like paid guest poets performing, and other than that is open mic. I like really concretely just try to, when it's my turn to produce, I really always try to invite either poets of color, queer poets, young emerging poets who are like not Finnish speaking poets, just like there are so many poets like in the area, why would I not invite these poets? Maybe it's harder for them to be noticed, or maybe not, but like, you know what I mean? So I don't have some very like, I don't know, fancy like philosophy or like some 5-year plan. I'm just like doing in the moment what I am like, what can I do? And same with the festival. Like I was just talking with my work partner. We are both like white Finland-born Finnish poets. Okay, what can we do? And let's not have 1 or 2 poets of color and be like box checked. Let's not have not to use like
quotas. No?
and not to use quotas as in like, okay, we will invite these artists just because they are queer or they are immigrant or some, not like that. But also I don't like this when I feel like a lot of Finnish I don't know, people, organizers. I feel like in many Finnish people, this is just my experience, are saying like, we are only like choosing people like, kind of like, I don't see these, I don't know how to explain, you know, like we are just inviting interesting artists no matter their background or something, because that's never, that's never.
Exotizing.
Yeah, it's like, that's also, like sometimes you have to kind of use the awkward quota, but not as in like check one box, but kind of use them to get forward, or does that make
I agree, I think that the idea that in a way, okay, we are all in the same boat, but of course the moment that you decide to open up doors, it comes with a responsibility to give a fair treatment to the curatorial work behind. And of course, when it comes to linguistic diversity, I mean, it's not as simple as, okay, I mean, you speak Mandarin, just welcome, right? Like there should be perhaps the responsibility to get the adequate advisors, the adequate people who can tell you, okay, well, within these authors, like where are they located? How can we measure or see? And it's true, because otherwise it's just utilizing just for the sake of saying, okay, let's put this this person that looks different into the scene, and that's it.
Yeah, just for face. Like, I don't like that either.
It's disrespectful at the end towards the culture, towards their practice, towards their professional.
Yeah, and no one wants to be this quota, like artist or like.
So how can people join your festival?
The networks.
The poetry,
That's so interesting, because to be completely honest, I don't always know how to, or like, I didn't, even though I had lived in Turku for many years, I didn't really even know that you can join the organization to, I always have this feeling like you have to already know someone, you have to already have done something in order to be able to do something. And I am like a white Finnish Finland-born master student of literature and creative writing, and if I didn't even feel like welcome to just waltz in and be like, hey, can I join? Like, it's gonna be even so much harder for other people, if you know what I mean. So I joined the festival when actually like a poet who was in it like asked me directly, like, Emma, would you be interested like to also join this association and do so? I was like, I can do that now? Oh, okay, yeah. And then like I kind of ended up doing that, and then through that I ended up doing the open mic. So for me, it kind of just, somebody asked me directly and I was like, okay, yeah, sure. But before that, I had already lived in Turku for many years, but I sometimes would maybe go to the events, but I didn't really feel like, I felt a little bit like outside. And it's really hard to say why. Like what, I can't be like, because that person said this. It's like, I feel like a lot of person will recognize this. Like you just have this weird feeling like you are I don't know, like, am I welcome or like, and like, it's really hard to like put your finger on like how and why. So once again, I am just trying to think very concretely, okay, what small things can I do about it now that I am in these positions? Very like concrete actions, like for example, like we talked when I was talking with you about the festival earlier, like usually for a festival there is like a small part of the funding is like to maybe take out for a dinner the international guests with the organizers or something. So with our festival, we were like, no, if that's like, let's have like an open event instead. So we hired this like a queer anarchist book cafe in Turku to have us all for brunch. So the festival last day was like all guest artists, anybody who took part for the workshops, maybe saw poetry for the first time yesterday can come to the same event and talk there, or not talk there, because I also don't like this idea of like, let's network and, you know, like now, like, I just want to spend time with people. I don't like, not every, like, you know what I mean? Like networking is great, but sometimes it feels like, okay, this has to end up into something established.
So nonetheless, how would you say that people could participate in these events in a more practical way?
Well, first of all, the festival is free. All of the events are completely free, and I think that is extremely important. Then, like I said before, I translated all the information in English, really tried to put it like this is also like organize the events to be multilingual and have a lot of also like activities and not just like, okay, audience here, poetry happening here, you are allowed to come and watch, but have workshops and have like things where people can really come together. And now we are for the first time doing like a poetry zine from the festival, where we will also put both the text that people wrote on the workshops, maybe their first time doing poetry, and the like very established poet guest artist from everywhere around Europe are like in the same covers, like, you know, equal in a way. So so I guess I'm just like trying to build this culture in these small ways and things that I can do to really concretize that you don't already have to be somebody in order to be somebody, or you don't already have to have done something in order to do something. And I try to talk to people, ask them directly, what would make you feel more welcome here? Have you ever been to our events? Oh, maybe not. Does it feel like
Great.
You know, like just...
Thank you.
Just like this. Okay.
Natalie.
Access and inclusion. You put out contact details. Make sure that people know that they're welcome. I don't know. The world is getting smaller all the time. There's just such a depth of talent out there within the Nordic region. But if we're talking about foreign-born poets in the Nordic region and performers, they are reaching to their roots and the places that they've travelled in between and lived in between. And Finns also are starting to travel a lot more outside and living in different countries, and this wave of internationalism that is quite new to Finland is now starting to become established, and people are getting used to seeing people from different cultures, and you know, we're at a point now that we can really influence that, and it's only going to be for the better if we allow everybody to demonstrate what they know and can do.
Great. So to conclude with this, I must say perhaps two things that I noticed then, that one is to normalize a practice in which we open up our networks to everybody, right? And then the second is to understand that while opening those networks, when it comes to linguistic diversity, I mean, there is a responsibility as well, because we all work into the realm of this lingua franca, which is English, or sometimes when it comes to the Nordic, Swedish, or some other language, and it's not enough. It demands also the ability to build a stronger connections in which we give the respectful visibility to the languages that we are trying to bring into the spotlight as well. So thank you very much. Now I think that it's time to go to the poetry, so we can breathe, we can let it go, and we're gonna start with Pablo. We're gonna start with Pablo again. We're gonna read his poetry. There is this other microphone over there. And thank you again. And if we have time after, of course, a Q&A, please ask all the inquiries that you want to these wonderful guests. So, gracias, Pablo.
Yay!
So, is this on?
Let's see, thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, yes.
Before I begin, I must notify you that in relation to management's decision to withhold any information regarding the inner beauty you possess, they kindly refer you to the board by the main entrance, where you can read about all the possible routes you can take to rediscover the meaning of the self, while I hope spending a few moments trying to grasp the point of union between your essence and the love the universe has for understanding itself. So that was my first poem. It's titled A Modicum of Respect. I will read 2 or 3 poems in English, and I will finish with one in Spanish. This one is titled Behind the World. I am organizing a trance. First, the trunk of the lightest sound rises, a colorless vapor emerging, pregnant with whisper. I detect the curve and force the spiral to occur. It climbs quickly above the world. The sound accumulates into cumulus. The eye leaves its strings, nervously exiting the existence of the skull. A moth stands above the pyramid, running while the antelope accelerate past all memories of sand. I am becoming lake, wide diaphanous pond absorbing the cleanest blue of the sky. My language travels as ripple. My waters borrow the shadow of birds to draw deep, dark enigmas. I am found, fish inking my vast body with effervescence. A glimmer partly mine, partly universal, is both reflection and perfection. I am returning to the fingers, first to touch a rock named Earth, and then to point to the wave that wields my thoughts. Thank you. This one is the something of the mind. Inside the mind, there is a family sleeping under a ceiling of wool. All-knowing brain in the heat of the stomach while we sharpen the edge of our language. The wind makes bedrooms for history to dilate. Something that in the summer gave us a shape to hide eternity. We grew scales to map the energy that swims in the cosmos. frames we use to contain time in small cups, so we can drink them slowly, one story at a time. Thank you. This one is titled Masonry. Every sentence is a room. Before we could build walls, we constructed a circumference around everything we see. Language is the primordial clay. With each brick of meaning, the world has retreated within the fortress of knowing. Reality, still being a savage, assaults our fortifications with the irrationality of fire and the invisibility of doubt. Crowded around the hearth of knowledge, we take no notice of the dark weight of the unnameable. With the heat of math, we cast the knife that could divide the smallest iota we could describe. We rounded silence into a pillow so we could forget our ignorance in our sleep. We wrote more words than any single civilization could read. A maze whose beginning and end are born and blurred with every thought. Every sentence is a universe, as devious as the mind that conceives it. Thank you. And the last poem I will read is in Spanish, if you can bear with me. It's titled 50 Years of Poetry. He de escribir 50 años de poesía para tener medio siglo de honda sombra, medio siglo pescando en un río de propia sangre. Año tras año sin saber cómo salir de la tierra, iré untando nubes a mi cuerpo para hundirme en una lluvia tan antigua como el dolor de la piedra. Amasaré los días, día tras día, hasta que la noche se haga polvo amarillo. Todos me preguntarán, Pablo, ¿qué verdad has amarrado con tus cadenas de viento? Yo les responderé, conozco un árbol que puso un pie a navegar en la soledad de un cometa. Así me dejarán tranquilo, mirando cada estrella mientras una por una se va quedando ciega en el frío del tiempo. He de escribir 50 años de poesía para tener medio siglo de inmensa isla, medio siglo de danza en el vacío. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Pablo Saborío, thank you. Now we'll continue with Emma Leppo.
Okay, I think I'm gonna begin with reading short part of my very long text, which is like a manifesto. I love a manifesto because you can be like really bold in it and make all these claims. But then I'm also in the manifesto, I'm like asking questions and saying like, I don't know, what is it even true what I'm saying? And also quoting a lot of other poets and thinkers who really speak to me. The manifesto is about like being a poet, being an artist in the time of climate crisis and yeah, something like that. I'm just gonna go. It's in Finnish, so if you're not a Finnish speaker, you can just feel the rhythm and enjoy the ride. Anyway, so I will read the two first sections of it. Kun kirjoitan runoa, niin runo kirjoittaa minua. Pitelee minua otteessaan ja minä pitelen sitä pitelemässä minua. Mary Oliver kirjoittaa, kuka ikinä oletkaan ja kuinka yksinäinen, niin maailma tarjoaa itseään sinun mielikuvituksellesi. Kun kirjoitan runoa, mietin Plotinuksen viimeisiä sanoja. Pyri antamaan jumaluus itsessäsi takaisin sille jumaluudelle, joka on kaikessa. 2. Audre Lorde kirjoittaa, runot muodostavat päätelmiä meistä itsestämme, siitä mitä tunnemme ja mitä uskallamme tehdä todeksi, päätelmiä peloistamme, toiveistamme ja kaikkein hartaimmin vaalimistamme kauhuista. Tämän päivän taide sijaitsee aikamme suurimman kriisin seassa keskellä sisällä. Tämä kriisi on olosuhde, päiviemme näytelmän taustakangas, jokaisen hahmon kasvot. Runon on turha kuvitella olevansa siitä irrallaan. Halusi se sitä tai ei, se syntyy maailmaan kriisin kanssa vuoksi siitä huolimatta. Nadia Tolla-Konnikova kirjoittaa, taide ylevöittää meidät antamalla meille maailman arvokkaimman valuutan, oikeuden ja itsevarmuuden kysyä häiritseviä kysymyksiä eläimellisen, poliittisen, yhteiskunnallisen olemassaolomme ytimestä. Hän kirjoittaa, jos vihollista pitäisi osoittaa sormella, niin niistä suurin on apatia. Ja minä kirjoitan näin. Runouden ei kuulu olla propagandaa, jonka tavoite on vain tulla valjastetuksi ennalta määriteltyihin, vaikka kuinka välttämättömiinkin tarkoitusperiin. Mutta en usko, että sillä on varaa olla itseensä käpertynyttä ylevää asetelmaa, koska Ocean Vuong kirjoittaa, että tulevaisuus on suussasi, ja minä kirjoitan, jos runolla on pienikin potentiaali virittää meidät mullistuksen taajuudelle, tietoisuuden tasolle, jolla solumme sähköistyvät ja tekojen puute muuttuu mahdottomaksi. Jos runo voi näyttää, että toivo ja toiminta sijaitsevat toisissaan, miten voisin enää kirjoittaa vain kauneuden takia? Miten voisin enää kirjoittaa maailmasta irti runoa? En tiedä mitä väitän, en tiedä miten se tehdään tai teenkö sitä itsekään, en tiedä puhunko totta, koska tahdon tilaa kaikelle. Rakastan pientä, rakastan triviaalia, rakastan iloa ja yksityistä, rakastan ruotia ja rypeä ja samaan aikaan en tahdo mitään niin paljon kuin uuttaa sanoista vettä, joka virvoittaa paatuneimmat kyynikot ja hakkaa ällikällä. En mitään niin paljon kuin takoa sen runon, joka saa öljyrekat pysähtymään, massat katkomaan liikenteen ja kytät putoamaan polvilleen kesken kiinniottojen. Kiitos. Do I have time for another one, or should we go?
Maybe we can continue with Natalie, so then we can have at least some minutes. We have 10 minutes left, so some minutes for the Q&A, and
For
then.
sure.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Emma Leppo.
A loaded gun asks her, "Where do you belong?" A community covert, international chameleon, a change management expert, packed full of traditions, lost, entangled in conditions, tossed in my repetitive, incessant culture shock, cultivated by a hardcore feminist matriarch with a past left in the dark farmyards of the vineyards of southern France. Rounded out by a kind-hearted father who defined his own destiny, leaving coal mining industry of soot-ridden England, sought to fill curiosity. Bouncing from continent Europe to Melanesia, Australasia and back again, my mother tongue twice removed is fading away again. My second language gave way by the wretched dregs of the Aussie rednecks. My third languages, Pidgin English and Motu, are gone, but for the hidden go-tos. Finnish och nu svenska had me craving my origins. I fit nowhere and everywhere simultaneously, as I'm saying. You see, I'd love to explain to you about the dislocated sensation of acculturation in my impending modification to the next location, but perhaps you understand. Need to belong seems to penetrate my motivation for assimilation. Schools up to here, most of which shaped me to see what not to be. Self-esteem plummeting as no school system really fit me. Alien. It's okay though. If I think of myself as a fish on a bicycle where the imagery ironical maintains my confidential, which gave me soul sensational. But water rises at the footsteps of my home now drowning. Corrupt systemic pollutants repel me from the corners I used to hide in. The third world flails from first world betrayals in the shrill vast hearts of the bastards that bask in their own good fortune. Waterfalls surround and beat down around me. The boom rush of energy exhilarates my freedom. Sun's glances reach up and greet me. Liberty suspends atmospherically. And I look down on the puddle that's become such a muddle of wide open oceans of distant commotions, and my passport gleams from opportunity. It depends how you look at it, see? So when I ask you where are you from, I don't mean where do you belong? I mean what shaped you? What makes you? How did you become the being that you are, and where do your hopes take you? This next piece, I'm not sure if you caught that in the last one, but my mum's French, and so French was my first language, was my mother tongue. But as a rebellious teenager, I refused to speak it to her, so it's a bit rusty. However, a piece that I wrote, she's translated. She's a writer herself, so excuse my pronunciation, but let's give it a go. This piece speaks about the change from the tropical warm climate of Papua New Guinea and moving to the outback of Western Australia to a mining town. And it's called My Taste for Rain Has Changed. Mon choix de pluie a changé. Ma fille habite les tropiques. Elle porte des jupes courtes et a des cicatrices aux genoux à force de tomber de vélo. Elle passe nu-pieds dans les flaques d'eau et prend des sandales à l'école. Elle respire l'humidité à fond de la savoure de tous les sons, exactement avant que la pluie ne tombe, et rigole de plaisir. Lorsque les gouttes chaudes fondent en plouf sans savoir que leur composition chimique odorante est naturelle. Tandis que le goût de rouille au fond de sa gorge, elle finira par le comprendre, vient de nickel qui brûle dans le haut fourneau à bout de la rue, pas loin de son nouvelle école. I've got one more, but I need... I was debating with myself whether to do this based on yesterday's discussions. Great to see that Migri has made some reformations to do, but let's give it a go. marginalised by the very margin of errors, skulking in the shadows cast by the fringe dwellers. We are the dirt clinging to the roots. The clay soil that turns to dust from the last cuts of the roots ripped out of the ground that nobody wants. Laying new roots in Finland features only slightly different. Find privilege given to only Finns who fit, but the box we don't fit in seems to be splitting. Individualism pronounces our entrance, peculiarity, flashing neon signs, forced to express our worth in new currency, previous experience unnecessary, prior education dismissed repeatedly. Clambering into the too hard basket, I lose my footing. But you can't even compare me to the refugee from the Middle East or an African cousin with melanin skin. Prejudice turns to the disease of racism. You can't count the rungs on the beanstalk to acceptance, can't rise above ignorance lost from existence. Regulatory integration is systematic indiscrimination in our relation to gain strict qualifications with guidelines to clean your toilets. The end goal's hidden in bureaucratification, and the pattern continues, and there's no way into the systematic cyclical cistern. Migrant skills disappear down murky toilet bowls, drowning, accelerating in the currents of centripetal formation into the sewage below. And the foreigner weeps for the lost identity. And the bureaucrat cheers for the guarantee of the broken will. Or so it feels. But the refugee drops deep into the septic tank, overflowing, and pushes blind to find a way through, trying to seek out what's left of the roots dug out of the ground that nobody wants. And the concrete rules laid over the flower bed will prove the only way out. Thank you.
Natal Sogren. So now how are we on time? We cannot continue with the Q&A, unfortunately. Yes, so we finished this session with a rush of poetry in the morning, were a bliss. And now, if you want to give a follow-up, ask these people, wonderful people here. They will be able to provide all the necessary information and discussion that you need. Thank you, Keme Pellicer, for introducing the talk. Thank you, the people from Luckan, Global Point, IMART, Red Door Gallery, and especially all of you present today and online. So looking forward to keep this discussion further. Kiitos paljon, ihana päivää teille.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, so now we have 15 minutes for a coffee break. Also, it can be not coffee break. You can just go outside, have a fresh air moment, or visit our reset room, which is over there. You can be there just for meditating, spacing out, being in silence with your thoughts. Or visit the exhibition, which is a photography exhibition, really wonderful. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
keep one? Yeah, those are definitely keepers if you want. Yes, please, please. Yeah. Please. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let me come around and then we can chat.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Yes, one presentation needs to be fixed. One presentation needs to be fixed.
Oh.
Is it these ones?
Oh yes. It's like, oh yeah, I need the PPT because then everything shows up upon my click. You know. So this I need to change this color and this color.
I have only. But this is the. Oh no, that's a PDF. Shoot. Okay.
So what if I send it to your email? Would that be good? So just.
I can also probably find it there. Great.
I mean, the new version. I mean, if you don't seem to have the.
Okay, let's do it.
Good. Do we have Wi-Fi here?
Yes, it's Luckan 2010.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Just in a minute.
November. We can check. Just have some presentation to fix at the moment. Are you still here longer?
Yes, I'm gonna stay in the
Okay, okay. So would you come
Yeah,
to the
definitely.
number?
Excellent. How are you feeling? How's it going? A bit tired?
Yeah, I can manage that. It's just a little bit disappointing with the participation because we were supposed to have like over 100 people in here.
The assistants of the guests.
It's like the participants
Yeah.
minus the speakers.
So a lot of them didn't come. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I don't, you know what, I've been discussing this with many people. I'm not really sure how to fix these. I don't have it. Sadie, I don't have it.
Yeah, I'll let you continue.
Okay, yeah.
We can catch up later.
Yeah.
But thank you again for everything.
I didn't get it.
It might take you a bit. Yeah, I received this from you, so it means it's gone.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
And I'd like the PPT to work on the PPT.
Okay, so desktop.
I hope the other speakers that you told them it is not possible for them to have it. They're not here to see this.
Oh, yeah. Is it this? So that doesn't open. Uh-huh.
I like this. No, this one. Great. So I can see my notes as well.
Oh, yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, this is.
Fantastic.
Yay!
Thank
success. You're welcome. Good. I'm missing a speaker, so I have to fix that.
Yeah.
I don't know how that is.
Hello, hello everyone. Please welcome back, take a seat. Preferably next to the stage. We are not biting or eating anyone. Hello, hello. Well, I will do what my teacher used to do, and it's just to start. Now we have the Nordic networks for the performing arts segment. During this session, representatives of various Nordic networks for the performing art field will present their missions, values, programs, and activities. And also you will learn how to join their networks if you are interested. The session is going to start with the presentation of a report, the cultural and linguistic diversity of the performing arts field in the Nordic countries, produced by New Theatre Helsinki. The report is going to be presented by an independent researcher, consultant, and coach, Sadyat Sokohi. Welcome to stage, Sadi.
So I suppose it is still morning. Good morning. I'm so glad to be here. Is it fine if I sit down? That makes me a bit relaxed to give the presentation. Yeah, I will make sure to get closer to the microphone. Okay, so today I'll be presenting a survey report produced by, as Kim has said, New Theatre Helsinki. I am Sajjad Shukuhi, an independent researcher, consultant and coach working on the concepts of interculturalism, diversity and inclusion. So I have cooperated with New Theatre Helsinki on several research projects, and this one is one of them. Actually, the survey was previously prepared and conducted by Anita Parri and Mario Sisko Lindstedt. I believe they are not present at the moment. And then I was asked to write a report following having the responses from the respondents. The survey was launched on the 13th December 2021 and accepted responses from the target group following the next 17-18 days. And it received a total of 35 responses. Why it was developed? It was developed to evaluate how the Nordic Council of Ministers' strategies of sustainable development of inclusion in the Nordic cultural life are implemented in each Nordic country. So the survey was addressed to the residents of Nordic countries, professional who are professional in arts and cultural field. So foreign-born art professionals, artists with foreign-born parents, and producers working on the themes of cultural and lingual diversity in the Nordics were the target group of the current survey. It had three major themes. The first one was belonging. The second one was access to and influence on the art and cultural life where they live, the target group, and also freedom of expression. One big question is, what are the results of the survey used for? There were two intended purposes to use the results for. The first one was to recognize the gaps and the challenges that the target group are facing where they live. And following that, also they are interrelated, intertwined, because the results were also supposed to use to devise the activities and strategies of the new Nordic network. So following understanding the gaps and the challenges that the target group have in their country where they live, some strategies and activities were supposed to be devised for the new Nordic network. So yeah, that's why we actually needed the results for. The number of respondents, we had 4 respondents from Denmark, 3 from Finland, 2 from Iceland, 2 from Norway, and 26 from Sweden. So the biggest hit, the award goes to Sweden. So we had total of 37 respondents, but 2 of the respondents had said that they work and live in 2 simultaneously in 2 Nordic countries. So both of the responses have been considered in the results and in the analysis. Respondents were asked to tell us about their professional life experience in years. So 25% have over 20 years of experience working in the arts and cultural field. 52% had somewhere between 10 to 20 years, and also 23% had somewhere between 3 to 10 years. So they are quite experienced. And this is very important in order to understand, the reliability of the responses, so we can rely on the responses that they have provided us with. Another question which the respondents were asked was the linguistic diversity represented in their family. This was also very important to understand from which background they come from, and so we understand what linguistic diversity are we working with within the survey. As you see again, so we have most of the respondents speak Swedish, and then we had English as the second most hit of the responses, and then we had Farsi, Persian, my mother tongue, and then we had Spanish. So Spanish and Persian were almost equal. Sorry, I'm not mentioning each language. It doesn't mean that I'm disregarding or I'm ignoring them. It's because of saving time. But in total, we had 25 languages. So now the boring part starts. I'm going to present some pie charts. They're not very interesting or charming, but, well, I have chosen pie charts because it is much more easier to understand the division between agree and disagree, for and against. So the first statement in the survey that the respondents were asked to give their opinion to was if the performing arts scene in their Nordic country is reacting to the cultural changes in society. So as you can see from the pie chart, so we have, of course, excluding the neutral opinions, we have almost equal for and against opinions here. The second chart here represents the performing arts scene in their country, in the Nordic country, if the country is reacting to the, if the performing arts scene, is reacting to the linguistic changes in society. So we have almost like 52% who are against the statement, and 20%, almost, yeah, 20% are for the statement. So relatively a high number of the respondents disagree with the statement. The third chart asked the respondents to give their opinion about this statement. If the gatekeepers are reacting to the cultural and linguistic changes in society. We received 34 responses to this statement, and as you see, again, the majority, excluding the neutral, of course, have said that the gatekeepers are not reacting to these changes. Only 38% believe that, yeah, gatekeepers are reacting to the changes. And I need to mention at this point that if you see there are like strongly disagree, disagree somewhat or somehow disagree, neutral, somewhat agree, agree and strongly disagree options here. I have combined them to make it much more tangible to talk about the figures and statistics. The fourth chart is the main survey inquiry about participants' sense of belonging, which is, I think, very important. At the end, we might actually come up with a conclusion, if time allows us, to see how these all impact their sense of belonging where they live. As you see on the screen, 41% have said that they feel like they have a sense of belonging to the cultural life in the Nordic country that they live. And we have around 32% of the respondents who disagree. They don't feel like they belong to the cultural life where they live. The next chart, most of the screen is now red, sorry. It's about the inclusivity and diversity, if they are normalized in the art institutions where they live, where the respondents live. So as you see, 73.6% have indicated that they disagree. So they believe that institutions haven't normalized diversity and inclusivity in their activities in the Nordic country the respondent is from or lives and works in. Only a small percentage, like 17.6%, have said, and out of 17.6, 12% have said they somewhat agree. Only we're left with 6% who say they agree or they strongly agree that the institutions have normalized inclusivity and or inclusion and diversity in their activities. So the next chart is if they have equal opportunities to influence the cultural and artistic life where they live, alongside the native counterparts. Alongside the artists with a Nordic or European or native background. 72%, almost 73% have disagreed with this statement. They believe that they don't have equal opportunities to influence the art and cultural life where they live alongside their colleagues with a Nordic, European, or native background. The next boring pie chart is supposed to represent us with the answers to this statement. If the performing art institutions are inclusive and open to foreign-born artists and professionals. So, as you can see, again, we have like 63% of the respondents who disagree with that. They believe the performing arts and institutions are not inclusive at all, so they are exclusive. And again, only 23% have said that, yes, they are inclusive, but of course, with different degrees of agreement. Next, regarding the accessibility of art supporting systems and initiatives to non-native language speakers, we received 69% of the respondents who disagree with the statement they were presented with in the survey, that the art supporting systems and initiatives are not accessible to foreign-born artists and professionals, or non-native language speakers, if I correct myself. And only 9% have mentioned that they agree or they somewhat agree. So we had no person giving an opinion of strongly agree or strongly for this statement in this 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. So the next chart, I need to just be fast a little bit. So this inquiry was about if the person feels like their artistic work in the artistic field in the Nordic country is recognized well enough. So as you see, again, we had 39% who think their artwork is recognized, but the rest, 43%, have mentioned otherwise. They believe otherwise. So chart 10, media and art critics, majority of the respondents believe that media and art critics have not enough interest to review their artistic work, quite a big number. The last two charts here, they are about, the number of the respondents who believe that diverse models of artistic creations and new narratives have possibilities to gain equal level of appreciation as the more traditional artistic and cultural works in the field and in the Nordic countries. As you can see, 71% have said that disagree, and only some 20% have said that they agree with this statement. The last chart, the pie chart, of course, respondents were asked if they have access to the platforms where they can freely express themselves artistically. And the majority, again, actually have this belief that they do not have enough access to the platforms. The survey also had an open-ended question asking the participants what needs to be done in order to improve the inclusivity of Nordic cultural life. And I analyzed the answers, and I found I came up with these major themes. They need diversity in power structures. They need financial opportunities, educational opportunities, visibility and representation of foreign-born art and cultural professionals in the Nordic countries, equal opportunities and support networks. And here is the last slide. I think I have some 30 seconds, don't I? Participants were also asked to choose the most important changes, maximum 3, that the development of Nordic network of the performing arts, which is now called New Nordic Networks for the Performing Arts, can have on the representation of diversity in the performing arts in the Nordic countries. So the maximum hit belongs to the increasing the awareness about the representation of diversity and inclusion in the performing arts scene among the gatekeepers in the Nordic countries. And the next one belonged to improving the cultural infrastructure for artists and cultural players. I need to say that the report is available on the website of New Theatre Helsinki, if I'm right. And you can read the recommendations that I developed based on the results within the report there. So I thought not to include them for today because of the time. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for taking it.
No, it was perfect, and I remind you that we are going to have a Q&A at the end of the panel, so you will have the time to ask your questions. Right. Yes, the next speaker is going to present the New Nordic Network, which is a network of performing arts organizations, groups, and collectives, freelance artists and art producers, right? Sorry, who are working with the themes of cultural and linguistic diversity and inclusion. Please welcome on the stage to the artistic director of the Post Theatre Collective and the New Theatre Helsinki, David Kosma.
Hello, how are you doing? My name is David Kosma, as you heard. You don't know why we have to always repeat the same issue, but I am David Kosma. I promise I can prove it with my documents. And I'm here today to present this new Nordic network, which has already almost 3 years history. This has started in 2019 when Post Theatre Collective, back then European Theatre Collective, and Teatteri Metamorfosi received a grant from Finnish Cultural Foundation Art 2 project grant to develop this new Theatre Helsinki initiative. And this initiative had 3 levels and still has it. We wanted to have an influence on the local, on the national, and on the Nordics. And for that, we've been very much inspired by the Nordic cultural ministries, the Council of Ministries, actually. And inside of that, the Arts Council of Norway, who had this 3-year project, where also Keme was participating as a critical friend. This was called, I have so many notes. I'm an inclusive cultural sector in the Nordics. It was called Report. The report is amazing. It's about 200 pages. I recommend to read it because there are so many things that in these 3 years these ministries, the arts councils of the Nordic countries, and also the critical friends have came up and also gave a lot of recommendations. Yeah, and then coming up to this moment of receiving the grant, realizing that we want to have a network in the Nordics because of this inspiration of this report, we bumped into this time of Corona. That it is very important to mention because it feels that only now after 3 years we are able to actually start to develop this network on a stronger basis. That we've been looking in 2020 for partners, and we had in the beginning this very beautiful name as a working title, Nordic Network of Post-Migrant Performing Arts. We felt that we want to tackle this term of post-migrant, being inspired by Gorky Theatre and their policy on post-migrant theatre development, what they had. And we also realized very fast that this post-migrant term wasn't tackled at all in the Nordic countries. So also because of that, we faced these 2 questions: that do we want to dig into this term and try to familiarize it in the Nordic countries, and what does it mean for us, or try to work towards more an inclusive and culturally diverse platform. And putting these 2 issues next to each other, we decided not to tackle the post-migrant term because that needs much more policy makers, and our network members of the network are coming from the cultural field, and to be more precise, from the performing arts. And in the beginning, thank you, Zoom, and all these amazing digital platforms that popped up as soon as Corona closed us inside of our small little apartments. We managed to connect with theaters and individuals. We had, in the very beginning, partners from Teater Teatron, Teater Aros, Södra Community Theatre, Teater Interact, and then also Teater P, as theater groups from Sweden. Also individuals like Vanya Hamidi Isaksson or Anisur Rahman were joining us. Then from Denmark, we connected with Julien Docot, who was also part of the Critical Friends, and with ACT Theatre Company. and the Next Door project. From Iceland, we found the Reykjavik Ensemble, international theater company. From Norway, we had Text Lab, and we had also this group who was influencing in the UK and in Denmark, Cut the Cord. So with them, we managed to have our very first meeting in 2020 November, if I remember right. And then we came up with this working title of a post-migrant art platform, and we talked through what do we want to do, who we are, and what is our situation. We felt very strong bond with this report, what I mentioned earlier, and we very fast realized that our aim is not to develop a network for artistic collaboration. I think that is very much possible without building up networks. And we felt very much that we need a network to share good and bad practices. We need a network to get to know each other, who we are, and what we are doing in the Nordic countries, and also how to support each other better. Because I think even inside of Finland, we are so isolated from one each other that on this platform called cultural diversity or linguistic diversity, or name it, we are very much isolated from one each other, and that it doesn't help us actually. We do a lot of harm to each other by not collaborating better. So yeah, we came up with these three big goals, what we have in the network, and these are one goal. It was to create a collegial home. As I said, in this idea, it was to map these different groups, who we are and what we are doing, and also try to create a platform where we can support each other better. Then create also a pool of expertise that in many situations we are facing the problem of not knowing who can talk on the behalf of this huge cultural diversity, what is happening and developing very fast, faster than we think. And because of that, I think we have to gather much more often and learn from each other, because there are so many structures and so many places where we are not participating. And we have this saying in Romania, the eyes who are not seen are forgotten. So if we are not present at these tables of decision-making tables, our issues are gonna stay always on the bottom, or even behind of the bottom of the floor. And the third issue what we wanted to tackle, it was how to support each other in becoming more visible in the Nordics. That how, let's say, Post-Theater Collective could support better Theater Interact in Sweden to become more familiar in Finland, or why not in Sweden, and the other way around. And these are very big questions. I have to remind you that all these groups, members of, and the individuals are underfunded, are not big institutions with constant bureaucratical structures that they can afford to have many workers on a constant paycheck level. So it is a lot of pro bono work and a lot of goodwill effort what is put in this network, and this we hope to manage to change that. If we don't create strong structures, strong institutions who can be equal partners in the local level with other institutions, then we will be always the little or the unveiled sister or brother who has to be always taken. I think the question with cultural diversity here in Finland and in the Nordics, it is how to normalize this issue, how to create a society where linguistic diversity or sorry, I lost my words. Any kind of diversity, it wouldn't be something special, but a part of the everyday life, what it is actually. But for that, we are still very far away from that reality. But I want to get back to this amazing report and just to give a quote what Kristin Danielsen, who was back then the executive director of the Arts Council of Norway, was saying, and she's saying like that diversity in voices, artistic ideas and methods is a prerequisite for our democracy. Art and culture must be open to all. In order to achieve this, we must utilize all the talents and resources of our entire population. So, yeah, how to include all the population in this development of the society. And our idea it was that this network will be a traveling network, that always when this Nordic Council of Ministers has a presidency, there we're going to have a year meeting and we will try to include the Cultural Ministry and the Council of Ministers in our debates on that specific day, state. And for that, this year we are heavily struggling to have in the autumn meeting in Iceland. Iceland, by the way, is having the presidency of this Council of Ministers. So if you want to have a award or something to happen, then start to bombard the Culture of Ministry of Iceland as well, not just the Finnish one, because I learned a few days ago that because of the elections in the Finnish Culture Ministry, everything is kind of on a standby. So, yeah. Also, I will give you another quote from this amazing report that just to have an idea that why we really wanted to work on this policy making instead of artistic collaboration. And this it says that this project has provided new and valuable insight into the Nordic cultural sector, and we have gained access to a wider community of experts. The project has paved the way for new meeting grounds where experiences from the entire Nordic region have been and continue to be shared. One key finding is that perspective of diversity are poorly integrated in art management, art institutions, and the very field of art itself. And that diversity has been dependent on the individual projects and measures in lieu of any deeper change of structures and system. We recognize we still have a long way to go in terms of achieving satisfactory representation in administration, management, and governance. At the same time, we also acknowledge a lack of knowledge about actual diversity, both on stage and in the audience, because we need better methods of measuring representation and relevance. We need to learn more about developments in a more long-term perspective. And I think this is also very important, what we aim to create a strong and long-term sustainable network of not just popping up because we get a grant and then tomorrow when the grant ends, we end also the work, but having the goodwill and the participation of many freelancers, this wants to become a stronger structure that can exist and influence exactly these issues, what the report has stating. And this report was stating these issues in 2019. And I would like to ask you guys that when you are going to meet the ministry people or the Nordic Culture Fund or whatever key makers or policy makers in the Nordics, ask back how this report has reflected in their everyday work and what did they done forward to be implemented this report, what was made for 3 years. Because I think it's very important that we don't let these bureaucratical structures just to make up reports and then move forward, but our responsibility it is to go and ask what is happening with these reports. If you made it, then make something to happen also, not just to leave these beautiful papers here and there and say that we did a good job. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Yes, I would like to highlight that last part also. The next speaker is going to present the Nordic-Baltic Network of Dance Organizations called KEDIA. Please welcome the director of the Regional Dance Center of Western Finland, Sanna Meska.
First action. Okay, I'm Sanna Meska from Regional Dance Centre of Western Finland, Managing Director. Something about my organization, dance centers. There is 6 dance centers in Finland, and we are funded by Arts Promotion Centre Finland and City of Turku and City of Pori. And we are working at the region of Varsinais-Suomi and Satakunta. And now I'm here telling you about KEDIA network, which is holding Nordic-Baltic dance activities. And yes. Maybe first something about KEDIA. KEDIA network was initiated by 6 dance organizations that wanted to develop the informal sporadic Nordic dance meetings that took place between 1999 and 2006. And then the 6 organizations, they applied some EU fundings, and EU support was granted late 2007. To the end of 2010, and then there was 1 year the network was working mostly with Nordic and Danish funds, and the organizations wanted to organize these activities so that dance artists really can participate to this kind of international networks. The idea was to make it possible to dance artists to meet and to do something together. And then there was two periods that there was EU fundings, 2012 to 2015, and then after that there was this network was trying to find its form and its place and how it's going to work, because there was this EU funds before, so there wasn't any continuation, and the organizations were trying to find the way to work together. And in that place, Dancing for Finland invited us, Regional Dance Center of Western Finland, to the network, and we came as a partner 2017. And when we were partners, we were, if I remember it right, it was maybe in the late 17. We were meeting in Potsdam, or in the beginning of 18 or something like this, or in the beginning of 17. Yeah, we had the meeting in Potsdam, and then I promised that we are going to have a bigger encounter in Turku 2019. And so we came part of the network, so it was quite easy. We had our organization had a strategic theme. One of the themes was internationalization for the artists, and that's why we took part to the Getcha network, so that we make it possible to all our dance artists to work internationally. And then we joined the network and arranged. Looks interesting. I don't know why. Maybe the forms or something. Yeah, but we arranged the bigger encounter in Turku 2019 in cooperation with Dancing for Finland. There was 250 dance field professionals from 11 countries in Turku. And we had seminars, workshops, discussions, performances. Then there was different kind of formal and informal networking, and the theme was the stretch name came from the theme, and the theme was expanding professionalism. The idea of how artists have to expand the way they are working, and the networking is one part of it. How to look the artistic working in different ways, and find the ways to work with different cooperators and in the changing society. So we expanded our professionalisms by stretching, and after that the stretch became the name of our encounters. Okay, so I wasn't near enough. Yeah, here is the partners who are now at this point the partners. There is Lithuanian, Iceland, Norway, Estonia, Sweden, Latvia, Slovenia, Finland, and Great Britain. And these are the partners that are at the moment in the network, but we are representing the country in the network. So that the idea is that we make it possible to all. We are the, how do I say, the information center for the Getcha network in Finland. Earlier there was Dancing for Finland with us, but now at the moment they are not in the network. We are representing, and Jojo from Oulu, they are coming to the network also, because there is coming activities next years. So we are working at the moment in that way that we are having this kind of stretch labs. We say those are some kind of a laboratory working to artists. one artist selected from each country through open call. In fact, there is at the moment going on the open call, and they are now, or we are having the next meeting in Sweden at August, and there is going to be the laboratory working for 10 artists. So it's in Vitlücke, Sweden. Oh, it's very, very difficult. I don't know why it's like this, everything in the row, the words. Yeah, and there is the idea is work, explore dance and heritage, and it's hosted by Region Västra Götaland. So this is this year, and after this we are going to have next year and 25. We are thinking that these are going to be this kind of a laboratory working again, and it's each year different artists from different countries, and 24 it's maybe in some cultural capital of Europe, and maybe also 25, but that we know that we are trying to arrange a bigger encounter in Oulu 2026. So for Finnish dance artists, it's very nice that we are gathering with a bigger community there. And then we are going to have seminars, discussions, workshops, and performances. And we hope that we will get the fundings. And now we are discussing with the Oulu, or our partner is discussing with Oulu Cultural Capital project about this. So these are the activities we are now having, and to Oulu participation is possible for anyone. So anyone or working at dance field is able to participate and come and discuss and take part to the network activities. And for more information, you find from Ketja Network's websites, ketja.net, and from Facebook also. There is the open calls going on now. And then we have partner meetings every year. We are meeting online every month, and then once a year in some country. And the idea has been that we are not in the capitals of countries, but we are going to other cities in the countries. So that's why we are going to Vitlücke, which is near to Gothenburg. So, yeah. This is in nutshell the Ketja network. You want to ask something? Afterwards. Yes. Okay, because I think here was my last. Okay. Yeah. Was it too quick?
Yeah. If there is anything else that you would like to add to it, or are you can
Stretch the presentation.
I can stretch, or we can stretch. Like, let's stretch a bit. Okay, just stand up and take, for example, your hands up and make a stretch, and with your hand and your elbows, and some circles with your head and your maybe pelvis and ribcage. Yeah, these nice ones. Yeah. But yeah, I think this was the idea. I think it's easier if we can talk and you can ask, because this is the how do I say, it's this kind of a frame we are working in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for the needed stretch. Yeah, so now we can go with the next presentation, the last presentation of this panel, which will introduce the Baltic Nordic Circus Network, a useful network for circus professionals. Please welcome to the stage to the Director of Circus Center for New Circus, Jarkko Lehmus.
Hi, thanks for the stretch, because if you wouldn't have done it, I would have. It's about time, right? Been sitting there for ages and we've been presenting you all these wonderful things in really quite boring formats. But that's our fault, for we make the presentations, right? So, yeah, you can see that, a little bluish, few extra stars dotted around, yes. It's an interesting design. Right, so I won't repeat my name to start with. Let's talk about Baltic Nordic Circus Network. And before we talk about what it is, I would like to say what it is not. It is not a legal entity. So it really is a loose affiliation of like-minded organizations. And the whole point was that, well, how many of you know anything about the circus field in general, or contemporary circus as an art form? Although I do dislike the idea. Thank you. Yes, several hands. That's a really good start. I do dislike the term art form because it suggests a set form, which we all know is not quite the case on the field of performing arts. Yeah. So. Simple presentation. The website is a really, really good start, and it's actually got some pictures on it as well. So, loose affiliation of like-minded organizations. Just this year, we started collecting a membership fee. The whole point of the network is that all of the organizations that are part of the network, there's about 22, I think is the actual number at the moment. All Nordic and Baltic countries are represented by the organizations. What we all want to do is to develop circus on the Nordic and Baltic region. So we all want to develop different sides of the circus field. And if we have a very quick look, do you see any of that? If I click on the projects, you get masses of information about various different things going on. And why this is because of the structure of the network. How it actually functions is that we partner organizations. Sorry, a little bit too close, right? Yeah, okay. The closer, so I'll speak softly and be very close. Okay. We come together twice a year. After the pandemic, we have done so once live and once in the digital space, which is a step towards ecological sustainability as well. So we come together and then we talk and try to figure out what are our common interests and what do we perceive to be things that should be done in order to develop the field. And then we devise projects. And because the network is not a legal entity, all of the funding comes from the projects. Yeah, so it's a constant puzzle of writing the core operational funding of the network into all the different projects. And for that we have a coordinator. So there is a person who actually works for the network that doesn't exist as a legal entity. Hence why we have two hosting organizations. One is the actual hosting organization, and from the beginning of this year, it has been Teatronas in Lithuania. Teatronas organizes a city festival in Kaunas in June. It's a very nice festival, Serkuliatsia, well worth visiting. So Teatronas is the actual host organization, and the coordinator works for the host organization. Then we have a kind of co-host, which is a meandering structure. So the co-host is more responsible about particular activities for particular time. During this year, we are just developing that structure. And okay, it's a bit like the cultural capital of Europe, the circus presidency of the Nordic Baltic countries, if you like. You know, that's what we are doing for the next few years, in kind of in a similar way as Gedia, I guess. You know, there are activities in certain country, in certain city, and that cities or countries partner is more responsible of those activities, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So network coordinator and staff. Yeah, I find this quite funny, since we have one staff. Yes. My position, so here we have the hosting organization, so there's quite a lot of history between Finland and Sweden with the hosting of this network. It started with organizations with a little bit more means, a little bit more core funding that could employ the coordinator, could take the risk of employing the coordinator. That's how this started. And practically, because the coordinator they are not a managing director, they are a coordinator. They have a support structure called the steering committee, which I'm part of. So we meet once per month, we discuss with the coordinator what needs to be done, how it should be done, we help her make decisions, and then she implements them. So we are, in a way, we are a strategic, we try to keep our eyes on the long-term goals and help the coordinator to make their practical decisions. And the basic idea is that in the steering committee, there always needs to be representatives from the Nordic countries and from the Baltic countries. And the host organization and the co-host, they need to be, they can't both be from the Nordic region or the Baltic region. So we maintain, or we do our best to maintain equal representation between the Nordic and Baltic countries, because our means of existence are very different, and the field of operations is very different in the Baltic countries compared to the Nordic countries, and each country is very different with very different kind of problematics. So who's it for? We talked about what is it for. It's for developing circus, the circus field in the Nordic Baltic countries. And it's for, well, the network really is for organizations. So, and we don't accept artistic companies as members. We accept organizations or entities as members who have a developmental aspect. So we don't sell works to each other, for example, but it's all of the organizations that are members are in one way or another facilitating organizations. So we are platforms. We have, for example, Sirko, who I work for, is first and foremost an artistic development center. We have an annual residency program that takes up about 60% of our resources, both time, space, and money. And that's what we mainly do. And same is pretty much the case with the other organizations as well. From Denmark, Dynamo Workspace is originally a company called Tin Can Company. So it is an artistic company that acquired a space and started developing circus in their own area. So now they are a developmental organization. Orkenfortet's another organization affiliated to a performing arts school in Denmark. Estonia, Finland. So Circus Info Finland is still a member for a little while. Circus Info Finland and Dance Info Finland are being, what is it? They've been disbanded as we speak. Well, not entirely true. They are actually being disbanded, and new circus and dance information center has been founded this year. So they don't really merge as such. They are being disbanded, and new organization is being developed as we speak. Well worth checking out, by the way. Circus and Dance Info Finland. I would assume that Circus and Dance Info Finland will become a member of the Baltic and Nordic Circus Network as well. Various festivals, various development centers in various different countries. And for you, I guess, it's much more interesting about how do you get to be a part of the activities that BNCN does, if you need to be an organization to become a member. Work with the organizations who are members. It's fairly simple in that way. All of the organizations are really small. For example, with Sirko, we have 5 employees. So speak with us. So in the case of Helsinki, in the case of Sirko, speak with me. Then we can find whether we have something in common that would develop circus as an art. That's one of the main ways we have. Sirko has 2 main goals or missions. Developing circus as art is one of them. Right. Yes, I still got time. So, you know what? I can talk about all the projects. There are lots of them. We are working on circus education, articulating circus as an art. We are working on rigging, safety, and also dramaturgy in the context of circus. And so a lot of projects going and being developed. Yeah, it's easier if you just read about the bits that are actually interesting to you, rather than me going through all the different projects. I would rather show you who are the people that we are talking about. This is directly connected, right? Okay, yeah, excellent. So let's go to let's go and have a look at the Instagram feed, because it's a lot more fun. Right. No, there's no logging in. So let's just look at small pictures.
You can probably zoom in on the screen.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, this is better. Yes, thank you. Okay, so here we have staff of Circus and Dance Info Finland. This is from Riga. This is the top of the building of Riga Cirks, which is an old circus building right in the heart of Riga. And the organization, Riga Cirks, is actually redeveloping the building. It's a massive undertaking and it's amazing. Well worth checking out as well. Events, things, yes, Circus Mania Festival. This is what our work mostly looks like. This is from Lund, from New Horizons Leadership Summit, where we had our annual meeting in the beginning of December. We always lump our annual meetings together with an actual activity. And that's something that we do for each other, just turning up, is supporting the advocacy of the local organization, telling the local policymakers, politicians, decision makers that what these guys are doing here is important. So 20 people from several different countries turn up and say this is important to the local people. So that's one of the major things we actually do. So here we are, yes. That's from Dynamo. This looks like this is from Riga. There was also one of the organizations is called Acting for Climate, and they have they are also an artistic company. They have a show on a sailboat, but they work a lot towards sustainability in the field, hence why the sailboat. And this is Giedre, our coordinator. She actually makes it happen. She is the only person who works for the network. She's currently on 100% salary that is pieced together from various different projects. All right. Since I am the last one, as I have 2.5 minutes, I won't bore you any longer. I think it's more useful to go into the questions, and then you can ask the questions that you are interested in from the people and projects that are relevant to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jarkko. So I would like to invite the speakers on stage. And then we can proceed with the questions. Do we have some questions over here? Yes. Okay, I will get back to you.
Hello. Thank you for the information. My question was to the first speaker with the interesting pie chart.
Thank you. Really good, thank you.
It was interesting. Where do the reports go after you've made them? What are they used for? Who sees them? Does it influence anything? What was the end result, or what do you do with the information that you acquire?
Yes, I need to direct the question to David, because I was actually mainly commissioned to write the report based on the results and also develop the recommendations that I thought should be. I think this is off, isn't it? No, it is not. My ears are off. So actually I was working on the report itself, and I also developed the recommendations based on the results. But I think the best person here to respond to your question is David.
Yes, if I remember.
Because this is also, sorry, my question. What did you do with the results?
If I remember right, the result was showed in Stop Hatred Now last year, and we had a panel discussion inside of Stop Hatred Week in collaboration with the Cultural Ministry, and for that it was written a report that was provided to the Cultural Ministry, and that report can be found also in their webpage.
Do you know what they did with the report?
Well, as I said, the Cultural Ministry is on standby at the moment.
Well, if I may actually continue following David, I think another survey is necessary in order to see if the previous one or the actions following having the responses from the first one has had any impact in the lives of those individuals who have responded to the first survey, and maybe even a bigger survey, because we had only 35 people responding to the first survey. So it would be interesting, and I think very important, to have a very larger scale survey conducted in the Nordic region to understand how a little bit the bigger picture, and also to see if any challenges, any gaps have been removed following the report or no. It is still the same, and the report is being dusted in some library shelf.
No, definitely we want to continue what Sadi is saying here, and this was just to get to know a little bit, because it was our first action as the new Nordic network, and we wanted to gather some information that what is happening out there in different countries, and somehow to have some sort of a comparison. And now having this, I think it is the next step, very natural what you are saying, Study, that we would continue to have another round and to have the comparison from years after year, what is happening actually.
Another part, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So if I heard that there were actions taken because of the report, or were there no actions taken because of the report?
Well, if I may first start and you continue, yes. As I said during the presentation, the results were mainly used in order to, for two main reasons, for two main purposes. The first one was to understand the gaps and challenges, and the second one was to devise the strategies and activities of the new Nordic network, and to tackle those challenges and gaps and the issues that we have in the Nordic countries in the cultural life and artistic field, especially the performing arts, to tackle those challenges with these activities of the New Nordic Network. So how much New Nordic Network has been successful in accomplishing and having an impact in the field, that is a different question.
Yes, it is a very much a different question. And as I said, for us it was also important to have a comparison between this report, which was made in 2020, and what happened after 2 years. And now we are having in the autumn a new network meeting in Iceland. Eventually we are able to take in also the Council of Ministries and also the Cultural Ministry from Iceland to participate in this debate and also to question to put these questions on the table to learn what has happened on the structural level. Does these reports have had any impact, or just it is a new paper gathering dust in their shelves?
Thank you for the question.
Yes, I'm going to also say, like, please, decision makers following this online, write in the chat or in the event, like, can you share with us what has happened with you and the reports? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentations, very interesting. I would actually like to ask Mr. Jarkko Lehmus a question. Hi. You mentioned education through circus art, and as we're talking about inclusion and diversity, I, as an speaker by experience by the Autism Foundation in Finland, I would like to also ask you questions about if you are considering neurodiversity in your research or in your work or in your educational work or in your researcher surveys, because I think it's a very, very hot topic to talk about neurodiversity or even other functional disabilities if people have those. I think it's also very important to keep that in mind when you're talking about inclusion, because it's not only because you're an immigrant you feel like you are a minority. It's also because you might be neurodivergent that you feel like you are excluded somehow. So this was just a question for Jarkko, but maybe also for the rest of the panelists.
It's interesting how you form the question, education through circus. And I was talking mainly about circus education, which it is a different thing as I see it. But there are organizations on the field of social circus who do education through circus. So circus skills are being used as a tool of education. And the organizations that we work with mainly are concerned with education of circus and articulating both on the hobby level of how to have circus as a hobby, and Sirko, who I work for, works with professional artists. So on our level, there are several gatekeepers and hurdles already before a person becomes a professional artist that we would work with. And that is quite a complex and tricky question, which might take several decades to unravel. But Finnish Youth Circus Association is an umbrella organization for youth circuses in Finland. Well, I think there are near enough 200 of them. That are basically they are for people who to have circus as a hobby, and that is a hot topic for them. Who is circus as a hobby, doing circus accessible to? From Sirko's perspective, we talk about accessibility in our performance program, because that is something that we can actually do something about. Who is our performance program for? How is it accessible? What needs to be taken into account? Being a non-verbal largely non-verbal art. And it opens things up to many people, but then we start talking about the structure of the performances, sound volume, sudden changes in volume or lighting, the actual structure of any given performance and the architecture of buildings. So yes, we talk about that, but a lot of structural things to be done. They are being considered.
I could continue that we had also this discussion in the network, that what kind of diversity we want to represent. And we talked a lot about concentrating on linguistic minorities. And then also we had to make a very clear difference that inside of these minorities, we can't represent like indigenous languages or historically old minorities, because that's why we called it in the first step, a post-migrant network, because we wanted to tackle this new migration, what is happening after post-migration, basically. That people who are in a perpetuum mobile, at some point they stop, and this stopping, it means a new friction between the person who stopped and the society is there, and how this friction could be turned into a Teflon kind of moment. This is what we try to do. That because of that, we had to very much downgrade and also very much sharpen the angle what we want to tackle.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name's Alex. I'm from Culture Current, a small arts and education non-for-profit. Thank you for the presentation. I have kind of two questions, and one I think comes from an interesting kind of contradiction that I think comes up in what you guys have been talking about. I think most clearly in the circus network. On one hand, it's like not an official organization, which is many times emphasized, but then only accepts official organizations into it. And it makes me think of this kind of, and also with the report, which I think is very useful, and these sort of like official structures that are very useful in trying to like make changes. So my two questions is like, when you have these official structures, can you also not only, let's say, produce a report, but let's say produce or suggest like a policy change? Like, hey, so we need to do this in order to increase inclusivity. Not just this is the information about what the situation is, but based on this, our network as an official organization can propose this. That's my first question. Do you do that, or can we do that? And the second question, because of this interesting contradiction, how much can we also work with, let's say, more informal ways of networking? Not even call it networking, because that's already like now a structure. But hey, anecdotal evidence. Hey, I'll go to the bar with you. Hey, let's meet for a coffee. And then kind of gather this kind of information, and that doesn't have to be in a report, but we just know that it's like latent somehow in the community. So yeah, so I wonder about that, like kind of what kind of policy changes you can make, and what kind of, how you can take advantage of this kind of like informality in a way, the anecdotal kind of culture. Thank you.
Can I catch that straight away? See, you don't have to be a legal entity to be a part of a non-legal entity. So for example, Tapanilan Sirkussali, who is one of the latest members of Nordic Baltic Circus Network, is not an actual legal entity. It is a space operated by 3 different organizations that would want to develop their developmental side. They applied, or one of the organizations who runs that space applied, and we said to them that, no, currently you are an artistic company. We don't offer the membership to you, we offer the membership to your space. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
questioning your particular
No,
practice. I'm gonna ask a general
because
question about like informal and formal like structures and how they work.
because this is a policy decision that we had to make because of that application. Since you asked about the policy is also fluid. In order for this network, for us to be able to meet, we have to have certain amount of structure to be able to generate money to subsidize organizations and people who don't have the money to come to different places. So that's why we need to have certain amount of structure. So we are trying to help each other to work together in an informal fashion. And we also schedule always non-scheduled time.
Yeah, I can also answer to this. Getia Network is not it's not an organization, it's a network really. There is organizations who want to be in the network, and we are working as separate organizations that we just want to be in the network. And that's the base where we are like, we are coming to the network because we want to be in it. And the idea in Getia is that we are taking the themes and the discussions from the communities we are. So we can, for example, raise the topics like about what was the idea of neurodiversity. That could be one discussion, for example, in Getia Network, in some seminar or workshop or something like this. So the idea that we are having the organizations who can do the informative stuff, but then there is a lot of this kind of informal discussions, and so it's going between the structures and between the, how do I say it, this kind of informal discussions. Do you get the idea? Yeah. And the idea to having these bigger encounters is that whoever from dance field, freelancers, they can come and discuss and however they want, like this. So I think it's very important that there is these organizations who are holding the networks. So we are enabling the freelance artists to come to the networks.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if all the speakers can stay, but I think we can continue for some more minutes. Is it okay?
It's 1:45.
Or, okay.
Couple of more minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
To answer, of course, our aim is to be able to propose also new policies, and but to get there, I think first we have to strengthen our organizations. Or it's a bit too fancy to say organizations. We are groups, heavily underfunded groups, who are trying to work with the communities and bring new narratives into the performing arts, and also to give working space for international backgrounded artists. And it would be also lovely to have the time to hang out in the bar to collect these informations, because they are the most valuable. As we can see, only 37 or 35 people had the time to answer to this survey. That it could happen in the bar much more easily, and much more valuable information will come out. We have to try to find that bar, I think, or we have to open it.
So, yeah, I have something about the policy as well, because I was talking about the policy of Baltic Nordic Circus Network, but how do we affect national policies? In order for these different organizations or us to work together, it's just a lot easier to call it a network rather than a loose affiliation of like-minded people or organizations. To be able to apply for funding, to be able to do the activities that might in the future hopefully affect the local policies and national policies. So we are packaging our activities in such a way that they answer the questions that are being asked by the funders. And that relates to the earlier questions about policy in general, how much data is being produced, does that data affect policy making? That I'm not qualified to answer, unfortunately.
Can I add a bit, or please go on first?
No, take the floor. I will talk after you.
Yeah, thank you. So that was a very good question. Thank you. I think whatever report is being written is in the hope of a policy change. But we have two things: a policy change on paper or policy change in action. I conducted a national survey, like in 2019, I believe it was, and asking all the heads of the arts and cultural institutions in Finland, mostly about the definitions of some basic terms which are regularly being written in the policy papers of the European Union. And the answers that I was getting were not even a bit close to the definitions produced by the European Union, which is supposed to make that policy change happen in action. So the question is, are the heads of the arts and cultural institutions reading the reports at all? Are they reading it, or just they are ignoring it?
Are we all underpaid and overworked?
Yeah, that's a good question that I always get. Yeah.
I know that Jarkko must leave, has another obligations, but if Sadi and Sana could stay for 5 more minutes, we could have a couple more questions, if that's okay. Yes? So, thank you.
Actually, is the back room, do you have a space here where I could have a remote meeting?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Okay.
have on the
Then I can stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
All good.
Fantastic.
Happy days.
Okay. Please be brief because we still have a schedule. So.
I will try. Hello, I'm Tatiana Solovyeva. Many hats today. I'm member of the GAP board and freelance producer and diversity agent. My question to Sanna is related to what you said, that everybody, freelancers, are welcome to your network. It's actually about clarifying that, is it the network of organization or is it also open for the people, persons? Yeah. And if it is, I would ask about diversity and inclusion, to have the statistic of facts. How many of them are Finnish-born or foreign-born artists? Thank you.
Yeah, Getty Network the organizations are holding the network, but the organizations are for freelance artists. So we are gathering the freelance artists, dance artists from different countries together. And that's the idea, that we make it possible in these bigger encounters for anyone from dance field who is interested in to work in this kind of a network where we are talking about dance and practice and everything like this. just to come to the encounter. So, and now we are having the open call for artists to the Stretch Lab. So, of course, there is going to be one artist from each country, but it's open call. So, whoever can just make the application. But of course, you have to be a dance artist that you can be in the dance laboratory.
Does it have to be the Finnish?
No. And for example, Regional Dance Center of Western Finland, our area is we have quite a lot of foreign-born artists who are working at our area. So whoever, of course, quite many are our members, but whoever can make the application also. So it's open. We don't have any statistics, but for example, well, I can't remember how many people from different countries there were in 2019 when we had the bigger encounter. But there was 250 people from 11 countries, and there was maybe from our area, there was, if I say, maybe 40 or 50 dance field professionals, and they were as well Finnish as well as foreign-borns. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite short. It's a question for Sajjad and David. And when I compare my experience in the development of the underground scene and arts and crafts and how people seem to have a booming need to post-pandemic do everything and mix everything, and they really want to be seen there. How was your selection of the people made for the survey? And where did you find people to ask? Because I have a very different view from Generation X and Generation Z than what I saw on the screen. And maybe, yeah, theater is also. Yeah, thank you.
What was your name?
Axel.
Axel.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you. So the survey actually was launched on the website of the New Theatre Helsinki and also on Facebook channel of the New Theatre Helsinki. It was also shared with the network that New Theatre Helsinki was working with. It was an online survey. I suppose the low number of the responses was due to us approaching to Christmas time. So many people were actually trying to buy gifts and so on, so they didn't have time to respond to the survey. Because of that, we received 35 responses. But yeah, that was how we reached out to the target group, mainly throughout networks. Yeah.
How do you think you would reach out next
time? The next time is definitely also, I was going to make the report today a bit interactive because I'm quite sure most of you are in the field of arts and culture. I was going to ask you to respond to each question yourself on a paper and then possibly give it to me to see how the gathering here reacts to these statements, but due to the lack of time, I didn't do that. The next round would be definitely online, but if we happen to meet somewhere, I think that the field work that way to gathering responses from gatherings as such would be really, really necessary and important. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just very short, that we used all the members of the network to spread the word, but it is very tricky that you don't know by sending out an email or a Facebook post how many people we're going to react to that.
I guess underground is underground for a reason.
This is a comment. Those surveys made by different researchers are very important, and also the reports and how to use them. I invite you all to use all these, for example, on the webpage of GAP, you have advocacy, so there are different research results and so forth, and so you can use them. You use them in your everyday talks, you use them in the panels like this, and you as artists and cultural associations and so forth, you use them when you make your applications. You state that according to this, we want to do that. So this is also advocacy making, so you can be a big part of our advocacy, just doing that. So I invite everybody to do that.
That was a great comment, thank you. Whenever you are making proposals for projects, please use the reports, please use the recommendations, because they are built for a purpose, and what better than actually conducting your proposals, referring to the reports. Yeah, thank you.
This is not a comment or question, actually, so I'm not jumping anyone, but it's a recommendation. There's something called Mentimeter. It's a digital tool where you can ask a question and then everyone in the audience can respond and you can see it on the screen.
Yes. Thank you, yes.
For the tip, the call. Okay, I think we can conclude this. This was a very intense one. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Jarkko, for staying with us. Please, an applause. Okay, now we are going to have, but wrong spot. We are going to have now 1 hour lunch break. For those who are staying with us, eating here, we will have gluten and vegan-free soup with coffee and bread, and why not? Remember also to go outside to just to get a bit of fresh air. Visiting the reset room, which I will be, by the way, at 1:30 doing a short grounding meditation exercise. You are invited to join me. I hope to see you here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I believe we have met before.
We have met before.
Have I read some of the surveys? In the beginning of the, was it Kaile Hikoinen who made
Yes.
it?
Yes.
I have, because I remember that I have commented the questionnaire in the Moikka Sanna. Moikka, kiitos.
Did I meet you in Turku?
Yes, it was me.
Oh, wonderful. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Glad to see you. Wow, the world is so tiny.
Yeah, it was so interesting.
In your
too.
dance, yeah, I actually visited you in your dance academy.
Yeah, no, yeah, you came to our office.
Yes, to your office.
Yeah,
It was a dance academy.
yeah, and I was commenting to your the questionnaire.
Yeah, that was the pilot.
Yeah,
Actually,
that was the pilot.
the pilot.
I remember, so that's why it was very interesting to hear. And in fact, I had the idea. It would be very interesting to see if there was Finnish or people answering to that questionnaire, because I believe that the answers would be quite similar, because we have the same thing.
Yes.
In the it's because it's wider the problem. It's not only foreign-born, because it's somehow in the way of coming to the professionals. Yes, of course.
We can't get together. For the local people, there is a broken system that it works somehow.
Yeah.
But for foreign-born artists, there is no system.
No.
And this is what we have to tackle, that how we can include in this broken system this non-existent fifth wheel, let's say.
But this is it's very important. Nice. Now it's nice to see
Nice to
that
see you.
it's,
You use him. He's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it was just such a joy to have a chance to have him
Likewise.
with us.
Likewise.
And also his personal survey, what you were mentioning in 2019 you did.
That was the same survey you piloted, right?
Yeah. I remember the pilot. Yeah, but
Sorry,
it's quite many years ago.
Yeah, like 5 years ago.
But that came with Avao's report from Kupore.
Yeah.
And
send it to you as well through email. Yes.
If you still have my email, it's same sanna.miska.
Yeah, Sanna Miska, yes.
Yeah, because it took for me also a while. I was like, now there is something very, very familiar.
Yeah.
And then I realized, okay, this is the same.
I'm sorry that I actually didn't
Hello? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, welcome back to the second part of the Global Point Art Summit Nordic. Please take a seat. I repeat myself, but please come closer to the stage. Let's be more cozy here. We will continue now with the next panel, which is the culture, heritage, and integration. What is the living or intangible heritage? How do we safeguard and preserve cultural heritage? What is the role of communities and NGOs in preserving the living heritage? And how do we foster cultural connections and cross-national partnerships through art and culture? First on the stage, I would like to invite a senior advisor from the Finnish Heritage Agency, Leena Marcio, and her colleague Elisa Kraatari, who is coordinator of the Living, did I pronounce it correctly? Yes, Living project at the Finnish Heritage Agency. Welcome.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. Let's get organized first.
Hello on my part too.
So I'm Leena Marcio and I've been now working for 9 years in an interesting place called Museovirasto, which is the Finnish Heritage Agency. My background is in arts management from the Sibelius Academy, and I used to work for 10 years as a freelancer with different kind of arts, culture, research project development work in South Africa and in the Balkan region, but then got settled in the government. And Museovirasto is a big organization. We're over 200 people, and most of them working with tangible things, either with buildings or cultural environments, but also with museums. But I have the privilege to work with living intangible cultural heritage, and in my short presentation I'll tell you a bit about the viewpoints that heritage has into the discourse around diversity and cultural heritage. And then later my colleague Elisa will tell a bit more about the international project we are working on. What's the connection between intangible heritage and sustainable development? Actually, the concept of intangible cultural heritage, it's a rather new one. So in 2003, a new UNESCO convention came into force. It was actually quite a big change because before that, the heritage discourse had mainly been about tangible things. For example, the World Heritage Convention, you know the World Heritage List. It was a big thing since the 1970s, but then started this international discussion that isn't intangible things, those that everyone does in their own private lives, in their own festivities. Shouldn't that be included as well? So all the Baltic and Nordic countries are part of this UNESCO convention. I have colleagues in 179 countries who are working with these similar issues. What's the viewpoint of intangible heritage into the heritage discourse, and what kind of new views can it offer? Well, as Elisa will tell you in a minute, we've been working a lot with the concept of sustainability in the last year or so, and how can we think both equally on economic, ecological, but then cultural and social issues around it. So, intangible cultural heritage, new word for anyone? Intangible. Yes. I was sure there would be many people. Living heritage is maybe already something that, okay, maybe I've used the term heard the term used sometimes. But it is, this comes from the UNESCO Convention. It's about practices, representations, expression, knowledge, and skills. So something that is inside of us people, between us. It's often linked with something tangible. So what should I take? My earrings, for example. I'm not wearing, well, this is maybe, well, some kind of crafts. This is very tangible. But the way you take the wood, you make the beads, you craft them, how do you make them together? What kind of history does it? Where did this come from? Who's been using it before? What's the meaning of jewelry in our cultures? So all of that is intangible in it. One key concept in this is safeguarding. So how do we basically keep different kind of heritages alive and transmit them to different generations? I mean, usually heritage is something we do in our own personal life, within our families, in our communities, and so on. But what's then the role of Museovirasto here? Well, different kind of roles. But just to point out here that communities, groups, and NGOs play a key role in transmitting them. Well, what is this living heritage then? Well, for example, it's about social practices, rituals, and festive events. These photos actually come from different Nordic and Baltic countries and elements they have in the UNESCO lists. So there we see tangomarkkinat, probably heard about them, or then the drum dancing and singing from Greenland in this blue picture here. Oral traditions and expressions, performing arts, I bet touches many of you today, craftsmanship or crafts, what all we can make by our hands as a hobby, but then also what kind of crafts is included in different kind of professions. Knowledge and practices concerning nature and even the universe. The universe is maybe here referring more into religions, but for several reasons, concept not used here. But this convention, it's a big thing. 180 state parties have said intangible cultural heritage is important. We need to safeguard it. There's a huge group of, or huge, but big group of more than 200 accredited NGOs working as part of this convention, communities in the heart of it. I would say that many of these kind of international conventions, they're often about experts and civil servants and saying here from above what should be done and safeguarded and so on. But here the main point really is those people that sing, dance, do their craft, practice their heritage, they are the real experts in this. But sister to the World Heritage Convention that many of you knows. It's a tool, and I often have to remind also my colleagues in the government that it's the state of Finland that has ratified the convention. So, I mean, I spoke about the families and communities, but it boils down to how is our NGOs in the cultural sector funded? How are theaters, museums working with intangible heritage? What kind of education do we have from preschool to the universities and so on? Raising awareness, encouraging communities, and also supporting communities to ensure that they also benefit from this safeguard. We've had a wonderful project with my good colleagues from Globe Art Point, Arts Promotion Centre Taike, and Culture for All. We started last autumn. And we've noticed that quite often the things we speak about intangible heritage, we say Finnish. So our task actually as within this convention is not to say what is Finnish heritage, but rather to say what is intangible cultural heritage inside the borders of our country. So we've had a project where we trained 6 ambassadors of living heritage. And as a concrete elements, we have new elements in our wiki inventory. So we have over 200 elements in this inventory, wiki inventory for living heritage, and really most of them, like just a couple of ones, were something not typically Finnish. But through this project we've been able to get 6 fantastic articles about culturally diverse communities in Finland, and Valentina Bravo is here, one of them who has written an article, so big hand. And it's celebrating the Independence Day of Chile in Finland. So we tend to think heritage is like Karelian pie, sauna, jenkka, räsymatto, what could there be? But our role from Museoverket, Museovirasto, the agency, is to widen this picture. I'm ready to give the floor to Elisa soon, but just want to say that our role as civil servant or as the Finnish Heritage Agency is to widen the discourse. And I've been myself, I wrote my master's thesis actually about supporting culturally diverse arts policies in the Nordic countries. And I think often when we speak in heritage, we tend to look sort of, okay, this is happening here. But I think that understanding our own culture, our own heritage, but also the different heritages we have in Finland can be an opener of more dialogue, into more discussion. And in my workshop, in an hour or so, we will use the spinner of living heritage. So those of you who have signed in for that workshop, you're very welcome. And let's find out more about what is your living heritage and how could we safeguard it further. Maybe that's from me. I'll give the floor to Elisa. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about the creative and living cultural heritage project next. I'm Elisa Kraatari. I've been working with Leena since autumn 21, coordinating this project. I have my background in political sciences and cultural policy, and also in my background and one of my limbs goes to crafts and textile art, which is my second hidden life. But what is living? So, creative and living cultural heritage as a resource for the Northern Dimension region. It started in September 21. We are continuing until May 24 with this project. It's actually funded by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland, co-founded then by the Heritage Agency and the Northern Dimension Partnership on Culture with headquarters in Riga, Latvia. This project covers the Nordic countries, the Baltic countries, and Poland. That comes from the definitions connected to the Northern Dimension region. That is a policy from the Foreign Affairs, Ministry for Foreign Affairs, but let's not that deep into it. Leena already talked about sustainable development and its relevance for living heritage. And in this living project, sustainable development and the Agenda 2030 are really one of the core stones. Focusing on that. The project, of course, builds on the Convention for Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, also on the Convention on Diversity of Cultural Expressions and the Faro Convention by the Council of Europe from 2005. But the key thing here really is the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's look a bit into that. So, as you probably have heard about these SDGs, there are 17 of them, different world-embracing goals. We thought about these approaches and decided maybe it would be easier to look at the aspects of sustainability instead. And indeed, how living heritage is connected with the different aspects of sustainability: economic, ecological, social, and cultural sustainability. One thing that I think is important to notice in the Living Project is that we are not focusing solely on ecological sustainability. Sometimes it still is that when people hear about sustainable development, it's the ecological sustainability that is thought about most often. But we are also steering focus on social and cultural sustainability, and indeed we are having both of them included in this project, not only social, but also social and cultural sustainability. Wow, what is this? So, this is the daisy of SDGs. This is originally created by the UNESCO, and the original question is about how culture could be supporting achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By Leena's lovely colleagues, including Antti Huntus as a prime motor for developing on this use of this daisy. This question has been channeled forward to ask how living heritage can support achieving sustainable development. And for example, let's look to goal 11. There is this, how living heritage could their work is about living heritage in urban planning and village and neighborhood activities. achieving better communities and communities activities in different kind of settings, whether urban or rural. But let's go forward as the time is flying a bit, and I think I have the most juiciest part coming up still. Last year in this Living project, we organized a series of webinars focusing on each of the aspects, so that I just covered through those aspects. But this year we are now focusing more on action. We have started, or we have our pilot started since January this year. There will be 20 pilot projects. Our 20 pilot projects is running, continuing currently across this project area in each of the countries or areas that is involved in this project. And in these projects, the aspects of sustainability are approached in different ways. And in the next slide, let's take a look at those shortly. So from the 20 of different pilots, I have picked here 3. First of all, for example, from Midway, Norway, there is this place called Røros, and there they have been testing this or experimenting with dance, how traditional folk dances, social dances could be addressed, how they could be experimented in museum setting, what could be the connection between museum activities and social dance be. They just recently had this seminar about dance in museums. Those that seminar is recorded, so you can find it on the internet. And they had a couple of very interesting panels there talking about the need to give folk dance the status and attention as supportive exactly to social and cultural sustainability. How dance could use as a tool to involve different kind of communities or revive the local community, for example, in Røros. Second example is from Sweden, from southern Sweden, Skåne. There is this institution for Roma, where they are now focusing especially on kids and young people and on revitalization of Roma crafts. According to their own description, they are aiming at creating conditions that promote the revitalization of Roma crafts in long term, also creating opportunities for Roma youth to be trained as gold and silver smiths. So that is an activities that have been traditionally involved in these cultures in the Skåne area especially. Thirdly, it was really difficult to decide which pilots I would pick up here for you, but I decided to take these 2 pilots from Estonia and the second from Latvia that focus on storytelling, a bit from different angles. And I find out that this could be interesting also. They focus on storytelling and how it unites people. The one in Latvia concentrates on stories of names, the first names and especially surnames, and how those stories of names create landscapes in communities. I think that is a quite nice idea to have. But on a general note, the thriving idea here is storytelling unites people. Commonly perceived experience of storytelling can help bring people closer to each other and foster mutual support and understanding in crisis and make sense of the world. But as said, there are several pilots, 20 altogether, and you can read the short introductions about them on our project website. Lastly, as I probably have only a minute and a half to go, there's this summary that I want to conclude with and about the role of living heritage. In many cases, it's a part of the solution. In the Living project, we are looking at sustainable development and SDGs. We all understand that the Agenda 2030 goals cannot be achieved alone by living heritage, but it can be a part of the solution. What are important factors, though, is first of all, I think, the importance of recognizing diverse perspectives of heritages. To create possibilities of wide participation in the different heritage processes. If there are these challenges and when they are connected, for example, with the 17 SDGs, reread the challenges and make them feasible at community level. And please do see heritage as community actions and practices. That's for my part. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that we will have juicy questions afterwards in the Q&A. The next speaker that I would like to welcome to the stage is Martina Marte, which is an artist, diversity agent, and curator of the project Narratives of Finland. Suomen tarinat, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Wow. Let's see. This is me. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. It's really exciting to speak about our project in the context of heritage. My name is Martina Marte. I'm a theatre practitioner, a diversity expert. I'm also an immigrant, and I work currently as the curator of this project, Narratives of Finland. The Finnish name is Suomen tarinat, so Finland's stories. And there's an artistic dimension to this project that I would like to look at in particular. First of all, I'd like to show you a screenshot from our project website. And just a few words about this project. It's mainly a research project that is studying Finnish historical culture. So we're interested in history. By historical culture, we mean all activities in which there are representations of the past, and they are produced, mediated, negotiated, and used in society. And this touches very much on heritage, this question of how the past is represented, what kind of elements we use from the past to tell stories about Finland. I really liked what you said, Lena, about Finnish cultural heritage, or the living heritage within the borders of this country. So this is something. It's a good way of speaking about that, because it's the question is, what is Finnish? And this is also at the heart of our project. But so we're interested in the process by which narratives, these kind of national narratives, have originated, how have they been negotiated, and how are they received in society and by the public. And these national stories, they have a purpose. They make it possible for very different individuals to bind themselves into a shared identity. So even though in society we all individuals are different, we kind of, through these narratives, find things that connect us and that we can speak of a common identity. And there's, of course, a very clear role that cultural heritage plays in this. I would like to mention one exhibition. It's in the National Museum. It's called Story of Finland. It was opened in 2017, and it tells the story of Finland's independent years, so the period between 1917 and 2017. And I mention this because we got inspired by this exhibition for the name of our project. So the exhibition is called Story of Finland, and we called our project Stories of Finland. So Suomen tarina, Suomen tarinat. We put this word story in the plural. But this exhibition is also the object of some of the research that is carried out in the project. One research is looking at the processes by which cultural heritage was produced with this exhibition. By what processes, and another piece of research is looking at how this cultural heritage is received by people visiting the exhibition. And these are just two of the research articles that will be published by the project in summer 2024. So there's a kind of really, the outcome of the project is very much also this academic research. The people working within the project, with the exception of me, are all researchers, so historians or museologists. But there's an artistic dimension to this project, and I would like to talk a little bit more about this. Because we are interested not only how this representations of the past have been produced and are used, but also how different stories are told today by contemporary artists. So we organized an open call last autumn, in autumn 2022, where we asked artists to propose artworks that challenge existing stories of Finland, or that offer new viewpoints or their own concepts of Finnishness. There was no restrictions towards the art form, so artists from any art field could apply. And we were really looking for underrepresented voices and viewpoints. And we had some different language options with which we made this information available about the open call. And we also organized, with the help of Global Port, an info session to explain also what this idea of the open call is. And we received 151 proposals. And we were, of course, very, very happy about this number. And I think it also shows that this topic is really something that is being negotiated in contemporary art making, artistic creation. So for this artistic part of the project, we're partnering up with 5 institutions where the artworks will be presented. This is the list of our partners, and in brackets the time when the chosen artworks will be presented. So the first one is Mannerheim Museum. This is a museum that used to be the home of Gustav Mannerheim. For those of you who are not familiar with Mannerheim, he's quite a central figure in the history of Finland. So from the late 19th century and in the 20th century, he had a big role in Finnish history. He was the commander-in-chief of the Finnish army during the Second World War. He was the president. And there's actually an image of him. This statue is very close to where we are now, next to the Contemporary Art Museum Kiasma. You see Mannerheim riding on his horse. And the museum is where he lived. So it's really his home. Then there's a culture center, Kaisa, which is a culture center run by the city of Helsinki, and they have a mandate to promote diversity, which is also visible in their programming. Helena Rautavaara Museum is an ethnographical museum around the collection by the journalist Helena Rautavaara. She traveled around the world, met people, was interested in understanding how they live and what to get to know their culture, and collected a huge amount of objects, but also travel documents, and wrote about these. And the museum is bringing these some of these objects to the public, and also works a lot with communities that are connected with these objects. Then we have the Vantaa Art Museum, Artsi. So this is the art museum of the city of Vantaa. And Kallen Kallela Museum, this is also a museum of the artist Akseli Kallen Kallela. He himself made the plans for this house and lived there, and also worked there. There's also a studio. And here I would just like to read to you the names of the selected artists. So earlier this year we selected 9 artists, and they are Özgür Gündesliolu, Harold Hijazi, Spartak Kakhanov, Nadia Kosak, Mia Malviniemi and Mervi Junkonen, Sara Mojed, Eni-Sofia Salmela-Flores, and Mia Seppälä. And their works are very different in technique and the way of what their craft is and how they are working, but also in terms of content. And I would like to just use one example and look a little bit more into detail how what we are kind of trying to achieve with our project. But before I do that, I would like to speak a little bit about artworks, artifacts and things, because we are talking about intangible heritage. And I came across this thought by Laura Jane Smith, who says there is no such thing as heritage. So the distinction between tangible and intangible heritage is not needed in her eyes, because she sees heritage as a cultural process or a performance. So even if there's, and actually Lena, again, you gave a good example that you had your earrings or a piece of jewelry craft, even though there's an object, it's actually the cultural process by which we enter into a connection with this object, which is the actual heritage. And Laura Jane Smith also sees museums as theatres of memory. And I brought you this image of a photograph from Mannerheim Museum. So this is really the home where Mannerheim lived. It's the living room, the salon. And you can see the furniture, the objects, the paintings that he used to decorate his home. You can also see a cord which separates the space into an area where the visitors can walk, and then an area where these objects are made visible. And this is a museum which can only be visited by a guided tour. So I like this, wanted to bring this image because I think we can really imagine this process of heritage as a performance and the museum as a theatre. We can imagine the group of visitors coming through the door in the back and the guide telling stories of how Mannerheim lived in this room, what he used it for. He had friends visiting and they were maybe smoking cigars and drinking whiskey or whatever, and telling stories of the objects and kind of bringing this history alive and making it tangible in a way, and give an opportunity for the people to really imagine what it was like, evoking the past and making it come alive. And the objects, of course, play a very important role in that. And there's also a mantelpiece in the back of the room. I will come back to this in a moment. We will have a closer look. There's some objects on that mantelpiece. But the next image that I'm showing is by the artist Özgür Gündesliolu. And I want to bring another quote, and this is by Stuart Hall, who says, "Those who cannot see themselves reflected in heritage cannot properly belong." And Özgür Gündesliolu is an artist, a ceramic artist, who has not so long ago moved from Turkey to Finland. She has immigrated here. And she told me very nicely how she, in the beginning of her time in Finland, she used to go to second-hand stores. And somehow these quite chaotic spaces with no homogeneity, there's objects from all kinds, from all over the world, in all kind of order. There's no, they're completely unintendedly curated. And they're somehow strange gathering places for all sorts of objects. How in this environment she somehow felt at home, and she liked to go to these second-hand stores and just look around. And for some reason she paid attention to these porcelain swan bowls, and she just realized there's so many of them. And it was very curious for her because she recognized them because they were very trendy in the 90s in Turkey. And she started collecting them. And these swans that created a sort of surface for her to reflect herself and feel a sense of belonging. They have also entered her art. And I have there's some strange things that happen to my presentation, but it doesn't matter. We can figure it out anyway. There's two images on my next slide, and the one below is one of these swans that Özgü collected. And what she is doing in a process that is still ongoing, the work is not finished, she is taking these swan bowls apart, she's deconstructing them, and with local clay from Finland, she's building new objects, like here this swan that is leaning against a rock. And what we are doing is that these swans will be presented in Mannerheim Museum within the interior of this great statesman. And it's interesting above, this is the mantelpiece I was referring to earlier. So there's two vases and a figure in porcelain, and I don't know their background. They're from China. I don't know whether Mannerheim got them as a present, or maybe he bought them himself in an antique shop in Paris. The museum staff could probably help us out with that, but they have a long history and a certain history, and of course also in the fact that he chose them for his home. He was a big interior decorator. He decided where everything should be. So there's also a kind of certain meaning that is given to them because they are there in his home. But from a technical point of view, these 2 or 3, 4 objects are completely identical. The process of making porcelain is the same as it used to be, and they're technically identical. But of course, we will all agree that seeing them in a museum context, they do different things to us. So when we think about cultural heritage and as a process and a performance and entering into a dialogue with the objects and making meaning of them and creating narratives about who we are, they have a different they resonate in a different way. And the idea of the project is really to instead of having one finished story, to have many stories, but not only having many stories, but actually having a dialogue between these stories. So we hope that by bringing different objects and different artistic outcomes into the existing institutional context, that there will be a kind of dialogue between the objects and the context and what we bring in. And I'm very close to the end of my presentation. I would just like to show another image of an artwork by one of the artists in the project. It's a small preview. This is by the artist Sparta Kakhanov, and it's an artwork that is part of a bigger body of work called The Impersonal. Sparta Kakhanov came to Finland as a refugee, and he documented his life in a refugee center. And this photographic work has found its way into his art. He put these photos on cardboard plates that are used to serve food in the refugee center. And I wanted to show this image because it entails in itself already many stories. So that was from my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martina. I'm sure we cannot wait for these exhibitions to begin. Finally, our last speaker traveled a long journey to tell us about the role of communities and NGOs in preserving the living heritage through art and culture. We'll be speaking also about the sustainable integration practices from the foreign-born's perspective, and is our dear friend, network manager, social entrepreneur, researcher, Dave, specialist social sustainability consultant, writer, editor, translator, and nevertheless founder of the IMART network, Nicole Sabinetti. Welcome to the stage.
PowerPoint. If you go to imart.dk on your phones, I will guide you to what I'm going to say today, actually. So I just uploaded my presentation. Sorry. So if you go to the website, imart.dk, and then, no, because I don't want the two distractions. So if this could go off, that would be great. And then click on ARTIVAL program. It's on the first page. And then there's a lovely picture there that's plastered everywhere at the moment. If you click on the picture, it will take you to my presentation today. So, you already have my CV. I'd like to talk to you, of course, about the work that we're doing in IMART. So just a little bit of background about what IMART is. We are a network and community that evolved originally from a research proposal. I have a background in social policy and migration, and I wanted to continue researching, but staying in Denmark. I've moved around a lot. So I found an opportunity to do action research, and also just to diversify the migration literature. I thought it could be good to look at the art scene and how integration, mixing happens in that field. And then during my kind of pre-research, I found that there was a huge gap there. Everybody that I spoke to, people of foreign origin working in creative industries, were quite frustrated that the access to the art scene was very, very challenging. This was in 2016. I didn't get the research project, but there was so much interest, I decided to go ahead with starting something. So that's a bit of background on IMART, and you can read more on the website if you feel. So a couple of months ago, I was very, very happy to be introduced to Lena and hear about this concept of living heritage. At that time, I hadn't heard of it before, but I was really, really pleased. And why? Because I've been lacking this terminology when I'm speaking about IMART. So IMART is, we started actually or one of the very first things that I did was open a Facebook group called IMART Network. So I refer to us as a network, but this has grown into a community over the past 7 years, and I use the word community now because this is what the members are calling it. It's not to follow trend. So we use IMART dinners as our main vehicle for networking, and we curate projects that engage our network as well. And in the future, we have a plan to establish a peer knowledge sharing platform. So today I thought I'd share some of the projects that we've done and are doing, and show how, as an organisation and community, we're preserving living heritage and fostering those cultural connections and cross-national partnerships. So in the UNESCO Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, it's stated that the Convention recognises language as a vehicle of intangible cultural heritage. Through language, knowledge and skills for practising intangible cultural heritage are passed from one generation to the next. For this reason, mother tongue and multilingual education plays an important role in supporting the transmission of intangible cultural heritage. So you all enjoyed the WORLDTHREADING panel this morning, and ARTIVAL as a festival was really, I think it exemplifies this importance and need for recognising the multitude of languages that are actually spoken in different countries. ARTIVAL also has a goal of connecting people and fostering partnerships. So as well as networking myself and reaching out to the contacts that I already have. We're making an effort to bring people together. So we did recently a speed dating event where we brought some of the people who are involved in ARTIVAL together online, and it was so much fun, just putting them in breakout rooms for 5 minutes to meet each other, come back, and then have, 1 minute where we reorganize and then go back into the room, and it was brilliant. So we plan to do 2 more of these up to Copenhagen leg of ARTIVAL. So another project that we did, and if you would click on this one, the Raining Poetry, Nørrebro, which also deals with language. Okay, I can't click on it. Open link. So this is what we label as a community project. It should take you to Issue, a magazine site. So the concept of Raining Poetry is there is a paint that's invisible and you can only see it when it rains. I had come across this project that had happened in Boston and thought it was beautiful and thought that I'm living in Copenhagen, perfect place to do a project that needs rain. Ironically, the year that we actually were able to do it was that summer that didn't end, where there was no rain. So we literally had to go around after we'd done the spraying, pouring water so that we could take our pictures and, show interaction with the poetry. But this was a beautiful project from the language perspective. We had a fantastic curator, Pauline Jupin, who is Guadeloupe French, and she curated a selection of poems from dead poets, living poets, and local poets, local Danish poets. And we sprayed excerpts from these poems in 20 locations, I think, around the city, and we had 19 different languages sprayed. And we did this in a district of Copenhagen that is known for its diversity, or ethnic diversity. And we did some events while during the spraying. So one of them was on the main bridge. I don't know if any of you know Copenhagen, but there's a bridge called Dronning Louise's Bro, where people hang out, basically. And at one end of it, there's a big space. And so we took over this public space. We had one of the people in the network build a stage, and we invited people to come and just perform. So we had music and I won't go through all of the nationalities, but you can just basically assume that every action that we do involves people from very different backgrounds and lots of different nationalities. And this project, I could spend half an hour talking about just this one, but one of the wonderful things about it was this engagement that people had with the language. So when we were doing there were 2 on Dronning Louise's Bro, we did one in German, and there were some German tourists walking past, and they stopped and looked and were completely amazed that this art happening was there and that it was being done in German. It was a German poem that was being stenciled. So yeah, that's just one example. We also had a spraying of a Turkish poem, and there we collaborated with a a manned playground. So the children that regularly come to the playground were introduced to the poetry. It was read in Turkish and then translated also into Danish. And they really learnt about the concept of poetry. We did an exercise where they cut out their own stencils and we did some spraying. And this was, children from different backgrounds, I think several Turkish, but North African. I don't know the nationalities, but there was quite a mix of kids. And then we were also quite a mix of facilitators as well.
So that was Raining Poetry. Another area of interest for IMART in general, I would say, is food, food and cooking. And it's interesting that this is not mentioned. Yeah, I was a bit surprised that it's not mentioned because it's such an accessible form of living heritage. So at IMART we have regular IMART dinners. We love them. We had at the last dinner, I think, 23 people, and I think there were 15 to 18 different nationalities, and we formed a circle at the beginning and everyone said bon appetit in their own language, and I really wish that I'd videoed it because it was gorgeous to hear bon appetit said so many times in such different ways. And that's how we started the evening. We have potluck dinners. That was also a potluck dinner, so the food that people bring to the table is also has its own history and story around it. We were too many people to do it this time, but usually if we're a smaller amount, then people speak about their dish, the memory that it invokes, the origins of it, and in this way, it's a really, really nice way to learn about another country, actually, through the food. So you can read, I put a link there to the blog and more about the dinners. And then the last project that I would like to talk about is called Food Memories. This was a collaboration between IMART and a local integration centre for women called Kringlebakken. We had already signed a memorandum of understanding that we would do some kind of project together. And we didn't know what it would be, but we just talked and figured out what the centre had already done, and we came up with this Food Memories project. So we had Sacramento Roseo. She's an academic and creative writer from Spain. She went into the ladies' Danish class and taught the ladies how to do life writing. We then had a photographer, Mayra Navarrete. She went in and figured out with the women, I think through both Mayra's interaction and Sacramento's, they came to the Food Memories concept through trial and error. I'm going to read you an excerpt later that describes it a bit better than I'm doing. Yes, so the final product was a series of beautiful images of the women with the food that they had prepared. And then they also wrote down their food memory. So they had the option of writing this in whatever language they chose, and it was pen and paper. We then translated all of them into English and Danish and made an exhibition out of both the writing and the photography. And so far the exhibition has been in 3 locations in Copenhagen, and we just made a brochure for the last exhibition, which I think that's what I linked to in the document here. How am I doing for time? Very well. Good. Because I wanted to read something for you about Food Memories. We were invited a couple of years ago to participate in a research project, and out of that research project a book was published called Fostering Pluralism Through Solidarity Activism in Europe, Everyday Encounters with Newcomers. And we contributed a chapter on IMART, its background, how it got to where it was, and how we speak to this title. And we took, I have an academic background, Sakra has an academic background, and then the other person that we wrote with says doesn't. I'm a bit experimental with academia, so I wanted to do a co-written chapter, but where you could hear our voices, because often when you have these co-written chapters, you don't know who's saying what, and I don't know. I just wanted to be able to hear our voices. So we all contributed a different section to this book chapter, and Sakra wrote, she's going to sing her praises here, but she's such a good writer in this mixing, this academic approach, but accessible language. And so I just wanted to read part of what she wrote about food memories. In the design of the workshops, there was a series of trial and error, a necessary taming of expectations on everybody's part. Initial ideas like handcrafts or performances were discarded because they had been done in previous years and felt unsatisfying or were not completed in a manner that could drive public awareness. There was also the need expressed by the centre leadership for having a final product that would invite a deeper conversation about migrant women and their everyday in Denmark. It would be nice to say that the final decision was part of some masterminded strategy, but the truth of the matter is that all these conversations were taking place in the kitchen at lunchtime as we were all sharing our lunch boxes. A ubiquitous occurrence in Danish everyday culture is the lunchbox, madpakke in Danish. As we all opened our Danish boxes with our Salvadorian, Afghani, Iranian snacks in them, planning was interrupted by tasting food and sharing recipes, and occasionally also sharing the memories that those recipes brought to life. It was during the natural course of those planning conversations that we came up with the idea to have a life writing workshop on the topic of food and memory. The project's initial driving force was empowerment. We wanted to empower the participating women to engage with what we understood a priori as a burdensome feeling of otherness. Whatever our intentions and preconceptions, the workshop itself and the multimedia exhibition that came out of it transformed otherness into pluralism. It became clear that the relations between Imart and Kringlebakken on one side and the women on the other, which we have perceived as deeply rooted in our differences, became sources of solidarity. And this is a quote from Birgit, who is the centre leader. Imart and the Integration Centre have put out a product into the world in the form of photos. These capture a person, their thoughts and memories. You don't hear these stories on the news, the childhood of the Kurdish woman cooking with her family, and so forth. When we share emotions, it brings something closer and makes it all the more important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite to the stage again the previous speakers, Elisa, Martina, Lena. So we're going to start with the session of Q&A. It will be the last of the day, so let's squeeze it.
Hi. Okay, Matilda, I work as producer in Helsinki with different associations. And I actually wrote my master's thesis linked to intangible heritage, like with industrial factory workers, but this was a few years ago. And I was actually questioning more your use of intangible heritage and living heritage. So because you've been mixing a bit both, and for me it's not the same, or at least I would like to understand what in living heritage you mean. If it's heritage that is still being used, still like being seen in some communities, or does it more mean that this intangible is something that in itself is a process and so living? Just to make this understanding between, as you've been using a bit both in all of your presentations.
Maybe I can start. Yeah, maybe I can start. I mean, well, our terminology comes from this UNESCO convention, since that is the thing that we are actually doing at the Finnish Heritage Agency. But there, the name of the convention is around intangible cultural heritage. But it's quite interesting that the tendency is actually, even in UNESCO, going towards using the term living heritage, because that is what the convention is focusing on, some kind of heritage that is still practiced today by some people. So it can be like 5.4 million people in Finland going to the sauna, or it can be the Skoltsami people, a few hundreds doing some kind of heritage. So we actually are using them parallelly, and interestingly enough, even the UNESCO entity working on this used to be Entity for Intangible Cultural Heritage, but now they call themselves Entity of Living Heritage. So I guess there it is that it emphasizes the thing, that it's something that people are doing actively nowadays. I think especially with the museums, we've been having this discussion that what does this intangible mean? Is it any kind of stories or values or memories attached to an object, for example, but how we see it, and it comes from the convention, is that it's something that people are still practicing today.
They're both new to me, so I don't know so much.
So you're all using, like, you're all basing your research, your project on, like, living heritage. Are you confronting it, like, I was thinking more of your research on linking it and maybe confronting it to past, like, to not living, heritage? Because that was like linking it to this example of industrial factory workers, to confront them from, like, the past cultural heritage that is being shown, while their, like, current situation and their own cultural heritage of nowadays society is not being shown, like, within museums, etc. So from this perspective, it's more like, are you using also this confrontation between past cultural heritage and current one that is like the living one?
Well, I'm not sure if I get your question quite right, but I think for our work it is that it starts from the communities. So if the communities themselves, that this is our heritage and this is something we want to continue keeping up, then it is living heritage and it is important. And I don't know if you're more referring into, for example, museums work, or how the experts or academics have been defining, like, what is heritage. But I think the sort of what is the definition that comes from UNESCO? It is that it's something that is transmitted from generation to generation. It's somehow part of their identity. It's sort of transforming in close relation to the nature and society and whatever the changes are there. But interesting you bring up the case of the industrial heritage, because I'm well aware of the project by the Teollisuusperintöseura and Museum of Varkaus and so on. And I think it's a very interesting thing, because we usually tend to think of sort of what's the community, okay, the Sami people there, or the people from this or that village, or whatever. But it's an interesting community, what happens in the factories, and so what is their oral heritage, or what's their festivities or social practices and so on. I don't know if I gave you the right answer, but some points of view from...
Yeah, sorry, but maybe some others question. But yeah, it's about the process, because we're speaking about process, and, like, yeah, just to question also the persons who own are processing this heritage, of questioning themselves also about the past and how within our society it evolved. And yes, because I guess all of us with our own practices, our own culture, sometimes we don't necessarily think about how it was done in the past. And by questioning this also, it's I feel, for me, it's interesting in the context of our society, how it evolves with its traditions, with its cultural, like, cultures and cultural heritages, like how it evolves. So yeah,
it is a constant process. But do fellow colleagues want to?
I don't know how much you've been.
Yeah, I think from the point of view of our project, we're more interested or dealing with historical culture than heritage, but of course they are connected. So, and I can't speak for the researchers because they all have their own angle at this. So it's but the connection to history is quite clear in our project, and also with the institutions that we work with, museums. There's a connection to historical culture, the use of elements from the past, and how that is used to do something today. And this production of narratives is also something that is happening today. We're doing it from today's perspective. I mean, we as societies is happening, and this is what we're kind of trying to research. But then, of course, this artistic part to the project, it's really an artistic focus, and there we can ask what is the connection between heritage and art. But it's I can't answer more clearly to that because it's not my field in that sense.
I have a little question, sorry, just because no one is like raising hands, so why not? I think it was you, Elisa, that you ended with a slide that was saying something about everyone needs to lend a hand or something like that. Yes. And then it made me wonder about how are you approaching children and education about this topic, because of course it's in their hands, no? It's their hands. So I was wondering about that. How are you introducing this concept and working with this?
Unfortunately, I'm feeling I should hand this question back to Leena, because this matches so well with the spinner, the idea.
Yeah, well, with the spinner, but I mean, maybe we can mention the next week workshop. We have a lot of people from many, many countries joining, so definitely. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, starting from the pilots, there are also pilots that are focusing on kids and young, discussing living heritage and also into relation what is living and or traditions and practices, how they are evolving and changing, for example, due to climate change. There's one interesting example from East Iceland I would advise you to check about how traditions and practices in that particular place are accustomed again due to warming ocean and so on. Next week's workshop, there will be, we have now around 100 people signing up to this workshop that focuses on cultural heritage education, organized by the Association for Cultural Heritage Education in Finland. Representing and even testing in practice different methods and tools, how to work with kids and young, and of course then the spinner will be tested there. Would you like to say a few words about that?
Yeah, I mean, where did my spinner go? It's there, Keme. So we have made this tool together with the Kulttuuriperintökasvatuksen seura. So I mean, usually or often the process go as a parent and also as a teacher, like this is heritage, we give it to you. You learn your knitting, you learn your food, you learn something, and you're like, don't you like my Karelian pies? But the idea with this kind of a tool is that you ask the kids, like, what is important heritage to you? Where did you learn it? Does it make you happy? Can anyone participate? Does it have some effects on nature? So we ask them sort of to be more of an open book, so what is important heritage to you, instead of giving it from above.
And another example from our partner organization in Finland, the Federation for Local Heritage in Finland, Kotiseutuseura. Kotiseutuliitto.
Kotiseutuliitto.
Yes, thank you. Who were just awarded by their method masters and apprentices with the idea of two directions, not just transmitting from the older generation to the younger generation, but also giving more attention to the two-way interaction between generations and what older generations can learn from the kids. And of course, Spinner, they're pilot with this kulttuuriperintökasvatuksen seura focuses on using this spinner and emphasizing this two-way interaction between generations.
And I have no doubt in my mind that kids or youth wouldn't be interested in many kinds of heritage. I think it's more like a question of how do you define heritage? What is it? I mean, if I look at my kids, they do love their Karelian pies. But I mean, it can be Thai food or Japanese manga or rap music from the States or whatever, so that we don't, when you hear the word heritage, you're like, okay, it's this and that, so that we would see it more openly. And I mean, when I started to work with this thing on 2014, I had this sort of revelation, intangible revelation, like what in my life and in my personality, in my hobbies, in my family, comes from sort of nothing. Like so many things are inherited from my parents, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my colleagues. So I sort of realized that we're really on the end of a chain of generations. And it doesn't mean that, okay, I need to do my Karelian pies the same all the time. I can put coconut and chili and whatever in it. I can go and change it or say that not my thing, I prefer pizza on Christmases or whatever. But sort of it is there and it's part of us. And I think also maybe we'll discuss this more in our workshop soon, but sort of that we dare to take up these different kind of heritages also in the school environment, so that we're not only saying let's not celebrate anything or let's forget Christmas and so we don't hurt anyone else, but to allow room to discuss about what is important for us and what do we want to take with us to the future and what maybe to leave behind, because there are also certainly things we do want to leave behind.
Yeah, and let them define what heritage will be at the end, right? Can I say something? Yes? Okay, let's go in that order.
Hello, I'm Duel. First, thank you so much for the informative presentations. My question is about this this intangible cultural heritage nowadays. Like it's a crucial concern in so many countries in the world today. And so how can this through activities so enable people connect or interact together between different peoples, because
between different peoples,
yeah.
in between different countries, you mean
yes,
both? Well,
yes.
I think, Cole, you gave really brilliant examples, and starting, I mean, I would love to join your IMART dinners. That sounds like a lovely concept, both to enjoy food and to meet with new people, but it's such a vast field, actually. We sent our report to UNESCO, what's happening with the convention, a year ago, and it was 250 pages. What all there is if we see the heritage from this broad perspective. So it is included in all of our lives, but I think it provides really a lot of possibilities for cooperation, even endless ones. But I mean, maybe one thing to mention are here the international UNESCO list. So, or there are over 600 elements from 120 countries or something. We do have sauna culture in there, or clinker boat building, or Kaustinen fiddle playing, and so on. So those kind of multinational nominations. But definitely what we are trying to do here with the Live-In project is to help different kind of actors to find their ways, because we do, as human beings, have the tendency, like, I'm a craft person, so I work with other crafters. But we think that when you bring up people from different backgrounds, different genres, different art forms, different cultures, that's where the most beautiful things happen. Something new is born.
I can testify to that with the dinners. Absolutely. I think there's also something about keeping it low threshold. The dinners serve different functions, but they're very simple. So at the last dinner that I referred to, the main goal was for me to communicate about ARTIVAL. But we also did an activity which we do usually at the first dinner of the year, where when everyone arrives, They are asked to speak to another person in the room that they don't know, and then when we do the introduction round, they have to introduce that person. So you're not introducing yourself, you're introducing the person that you've been chatting to. So you could be chatting to them before dinner or during dinner or whatever, but you are not introducing yourself. And just this act brings up so many different aspects of a person's heritage, identity, and whatever, that they might not have presented themselves if they were presenting themselves to a group. And of course it generates great conversation and a bit of a laugh and just makes people relax. So by the time we went round the table and it got to me to talk about ARTIVAL, there wasn't really any time left. So I directed everyone to the website. So, you know, there's also this thing about being flexible. We had a goal for the dinner. Other things happened. You know, the exchange that was going on was so fantastic. It would have been rude to interrupt it. Yeah. It's really, and also the speed dating. This is something you can do now. I mean, a few people have mentioned what the advantage of Corona, or something positive that came out of Corona, is the virtual takeoff and communicating across borders in that way. One company that I work for at the moment, they've figured out the ideal time to do their courses because they have people participating in such different time zones. So 1 o'clock in the afternoon Danish time is the least inconvenient time for people in different parts of the world. So yeah, the speed dating is also really low threshold. Not low threshold in organising, I might add. It took us ages to figure out how to organise 7 people. But the activity was brilliant. And at the end of it, we did a round of what people's impressions were, and everybody really just enjoyed it, felt that they had met people that they could potentially collaborate with, met people who they'd been kind of looking for to collaborate with. So unexpected things come out if you just put people together in a social environment and facilitate that sociality in some way. Yeah.
I could add from our project the working with people from different contexts. So this we have many museums and arts and culture institutions, and from an artist's point of view, to have access to these spaces and to work with people in museums, especially also museums that don't usually work with artists. This is a really wonderful experience already. Now that we're still at the beginning, we haven't. We're quite at the beginning of the project. None of the artworks has been exhibited yet, but to work in combinations of people that we haven't worked yet before, I think that's really, really valuable. And there's a great interest, I think, on both sides, and there's something that both sides can bring. So the opening up these institutions that we have to new kind of collaborations, and I think also different methodologies like this, for example, the open call, which I think can be also for museums quite an interesting practice.
Yeah, actually this next question is for Martina, Martti, and the project Suomen Tarinat. Going back to what you just said, to continue on that, I was interested in what the selection process was for the artists. Who were the professionals selecting the artists for Suomen Tarinat? And then also one thing that I, just talking about terminology a little bit, like, were you consciously aware of trying to, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out, like, if when we're talking about heritage, cultural heritage, if we're talking more about folk art or higher art. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are now producing arts for museums that is considered more of an, like, higher art form. So I'm just thinking, like, did you have a sort of a conscious thought of trying to figure out how we can really find those folk artists. Do you know what I mean? That we're not trying to portray heritage cultural art in a high art form, in a high art form level. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's a very good question. I think, although this distinction exists, high art, folk art, I like to think that there's certain art forms that are well known, and we have a joint understanding of how we how we evaluate them, or their quality, how we assess their quality. And then there's certain art forms where this is not so widely spread. Mm-hmm. And so these might be what someone else might call folk, or yeah. And we did consciously and explicitly say in the open call that it's open to all art forms, so that we didn't want to say what the art forms are, because we wanted to leave it open that there's maybe art forms that we're not aware of, or artistic practices. So yes, we did want to kind of leave that open, but then on the other hand, there were certain channels that we used for spreading this information, and quite frankly, it's a good question. Have we reached these people? We did try. We had also this info event, because I think also the open call is not something that we can assume all artists know what it means. There were also some kind of different channels that we used to maybe reach artists that are not in networks for professional artists for whatever reason, but probably that could be done even more. But about the selection, there was on the selection team or jury, there was the project team, so the researchers that are involved in the project. Then there were representatives from all of these 5 institutions. And then we had external experts, 2 external artists who were asked to be members of the juries because of their artistic understanding. And then we have 2 partners. One is Historians Without Borders, who are organizing discussion series with us. They were in the selection, and Kulturasäätiö, Kultura Foundation, they had a representative. So it was actually quite a big jury.
Do you have a list of the...
Yeah, it's on our website. Okay. The names are on our website, and it was quite an interesting process, and of course also because there were so many proposals, but it was very much based on a discussion between the members. So of course the museums were, and the partners also, Kaisa, of course they had a lot to say, because they will work with these artists, but on the other hand also the other members had quite a big say. It was really a joint decision.
So then, thank you everybody for the presentations. I want to ask about going back to the, very similar in the line of the previous question, but towards to the living program. Like what, could you describe what is the procedures that you take, or the process that you take to ensure that these heritages are actually described? Because it resonates a lot with me with the art project, that it's about the narratives as well. And is this program a program, or is a process, right? Because also there is this tendency of developing, not necessarily like you, but I mean there is a tendency to see projects that has a beginning and an end as a way to portray certain enthusiasm towards communities, but without describing the procedures of how to do you have like advisors? Do you have like, what is the selection process? Or is it just like everybody comes and describe their heritage, and how this process will perhaps later on influence on the structures that determine these narratives to say like, what is a relevant heritage and what isn't, no? So that's my question, actually.
Good question. Maybe I first clarify that I work with the UNESCO Convention and all kind of processes related to it. It's a very wide field, and maybe you're referring to the inventorying process or the wiki inventory, and then this project, Living project, is a 3-year project that we're working on. So it's like two different things. This is now something where we have funds to work on an international level. But is your question maybe on me, on how the convention is implemented? And
both how it's implemented and how can you ensure in the moment that you decide to integrate people, so there's different cultures, how do you ensure that they are accurately working?
Yes.
And how can you ensure that they at the same time have, as experts of their own heritage, the ability to represent themselves and not a narrative imposed? I'm not saying that is the case, but
yes. It's a good question, and maybe I'll say, we've been now working with this convention since 2014 actively. So along the years, we've been working together also with partners present today, so trying to see that we're not only speaking about Finnish heritage or the usual suspects that work within the heritage field. So we've been having seminars and webinars and workshops and things like that. But maybe I'll answer your question related to the inventorying process, because one of the obligatory things in this convention is that we need to make visible what is intangible heritage inside the borders of Finland. And for this purpose, we have the wiki inventory, where we have over the 200 elements at the moment, and where we got those 5 new articles from more culturally diverse backgrounds. So it's not an easy question you're asking. And as the communities are in the center point of this work, like one can ask, who is the community then? And often we tend to think from the perspective of a civil servant that, okay, an NGO is the community or can represent the community. But of course, it's not such a simple question. But we need to be doing something. We need to be able to describe somehow what kind of heritage do we have. And we think that these elements, as we say, for example, in the inventory, they are sort of snapshots of some of the heritage in a certain point of time. And so they are basically, go check it out, so like articles from 1 to 3 pages. So some people, some NGOs or some practitioners describing it. And they need to be updated every 3 years, at least, and then they can be changed at any point. So, for example, as there is now the article coordinated by Valentina about the Independence Day in Chile, if you can go and read it and you can say, no, actually there is this, maybe this is wrong, or you can say, well, this could be actually added, then we're very open for that. So it's not sort of carved in stone that, okay, now it's in Museovirasto website, this is the only true way to celebrate Independence Day. That's not the idea. But we need to do something, and we need to start from somewhere, and we are very open for interpretations. But we very seldom also get those emails saying, no, that's not the right way to do it. But we sometimes do, and then we say that you're very welcome to present a different kind of article. So actually those Karelian pies, there are 2 articles. One is making Karelian pies, and the other is the tradition of Karelian pies. So they are a bit different, but that's the beauty of a wiki. There is no one truth, so it's possible to make a different kind of article on that one as well. But it's a very good question.
Thank you, Lena. We will have the last questions.
Hi, I'm Rita Pakvalen from Culture for All, and I actually do not have a question. We have been discussing very much with Lena about living heritage, and I'm more thinking about, this morning we heard about spoken word, and that is of course one aspect of living heritage, and then when Martina was talking about history, and of course you said something like it's, I'm talking about history, not so much about living heritage or heritage, something like that. And it's, of course, it's all about history as well. So the way history lives in us and what it does. And I also think that, I do hope that people will get together to write in the Wiki inventory also about the sort of messiness of living heritage, because of course living heritage is about doing things in very different ways. So it's also about hacking and like doing disobedience to heritage, like taking, and for example Martina's project is about also when you have the artist sort of responding to the national icons, so responding to the national history, responding to the way the national history has been told, or the stories that have been told, and doing it in a different way. And I think that is our responsibility also, to sort of keep culture and heritage alive, but by doing it differently, by hacking it, by bringing in the messiness, the queerness, the creepness, the very different way of doing stuff. And yeah, so that, and also when we look at heritage, because this is the way, if we want to have young people to get interested, it's also about, you know, rap music. It's all about heritage. It's all about thousands of years of heritage. It's not something that is new, but it's now. This is the moment. This is how it looks like now. Or spoken word is poetry. It's about Sappho. It's about Homerus. It's about everything else, and all the different cultural Rumi or wherever you come from in the world. So yeah, hack your heritage.
Thank you so much. Yes. So thank you so much for all of you for being here. We are going to have a little break, 15 minutes, and then we will be back for the workshops. If you were not enrolled to any workshop, there is a spot for you, I'm sure. So please don't go. Also, we will have a nice celebration with some more art after the workshops. I see you here in 15 minutes. Thank you.